Hey Steven, I think you need a little adjustment in the presenter slides.
Here we go. Better. All right. Sorry about that. Let's go again. Morning, everyone. Welcome to our CaribNOG, our 20th CaribNOG regional meeting in 2020. It's good to be together with you. Um, This is our first virtual meeting, entirely virtual meeting of this kind, for reasons which we all know. But really good to be able to get together completely virtually online. We're on our second day of CaribNOG events. Yesterday we had the the Caribbean Peering and Internet Interconnection Forum, CARPIF, sixth meeting, CARPIF 6, and that peering forum deals with issues around internet exchange points and peering. And in our CaribNOG meeting today, we will be continuing along that theme. Just to put it out there up front, this CaribNOG 20 meeting is actually being held in two parts. We're meeting today on the 11th of November, and we'll have a part 2 on the 1st of December. And I'll explain why in a little bit that we've structured it like this. But it's good to have all our online participants and to be joined by our partners and friends, institutional partners of CaribNOG. We're represented here by ARIN, the American Registry for Internet Numbers, and by LACNIC, by ICANN, ISOC, Packet Clearinghouse, and the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, CTU. So just wanted to acknowledge immediately our partner corporations which are helping us to put together these all our meetings, and acknowledge you, the community. I want to briefly run through what our structure will be today, um, and before I continue with the introductions and kind of on our welcome. We're basically having a webinar which will take most of the morning and just a little bit into the afternoon, and it's primarily focused around one key workshop, which will, as I mentioned, it is a continuation of the theme of our CARPIF meeting yesterday. And that workshop will be building out the practical steps of building out a resilient internet exchange. That's going to be the core content that we cover today at our CaribNOG meeting. In addition to that, we will receive updates from around our community, understand what's happening in our regional internet registries, ARIN and LACNIC, and also understand what's happening in our with our internet organizations, ICANN and ISOC, which are operating in the region as well. So that's the bulk of the content that we'll cover in a few hours today. And hopefully we expect this to be packed, but very useful, very impactful for everyone. I want to start by giving an update on what's happening inside of CaribNOG, give you a short CaribNOG community update. But before I do that, I want to introduce for some remarks, Bevel Wooden. He's the executive director of CaribNOG and one of the co-founders of CaribNOG. And Bevel, who is known to most of us, has been helping to drive and build the internet ecosystem in the Caribbean region for many years now. And so I want to just at this CaribNOG 20 meeting, or first meeting like this in the COVID era, just invite Bevel to give some remarks, and then we will continue with the program.
Thanks, Stephen, and good morning, good afternoon, good day to everyone. Really good to be here with you on this 20th edition of CaribNOG. And Stephen, congratulations to you and the team for keeping the CaribNOG flag flying for so long and so consistently. Yesterday, as Stephen mentioned, we had the 6th Caribbean Peering and Interconnection Forum. And I think these two meetings, the CAR-PIF meeting and this CaribNOG 20 meeting, come at a really unique time for the internet community and for the technical community in the region. As everyone would be aware, there's been a spike in demand for effective, competent network services and network engineers and network service providers to respond to the spike in demand for digital services. And in that context, I think the CaribNOG community has a very significant role to play in responding to and providing appropriate support to businesses, governments, schools, importantly, and other public and private sector institutions across the region. And so I'm really looking forward today to following on the very rich interactions we had yesterday about internet exchange points, increasing local bandwidth, setting up and securing networks, understanding the role of autonomous numbers. All of these things I think are essential underlayers to the Caribbean digital economy, which is so important now more than ever. There were some highlights from our work together. That is ARIN, the American Registry for Internet Numbers, and CaribNOG earlier this year when we hosted 10 virtual meetings in direct response to the pandemic triggered lockdowns and digital transformation initiatives. And I think it's important for us to look back at this year as a real game changer and an inflection point in CaribNOG's very, very successful journey to this place. The meetings that were held in the first half of the year looked specifically at how do regional network operators, how do engineers, systems administrators, security specialists respond to having more people going online and respond to having more attention being placed on building resilient and robust networks. Over the year, we have seen at ARIN an increase in the applications for both autonomous numbers, ASNs, and also for IP address numbers. And this is a good sign as it represents the maturing of Caribbean networks and the expansion of that underlayer that allows us to build out really resilient internet infrastructure across the region. Now we're at a point where we're looking at living with COVID and living under what could be very well an extended period of remote work, an extended period of digital service delivery, an extended period of network attacks and network assaults that have to be repelled and responded to. In that context, I believe the program that we're going to have today, where we're looking at the nuts and bolts inside out understanding of how to set up autonomous networks that can peer at exchange points, is one of the most important steps in building out Caribbean critical internet infrastructure. I'm looking forward to that. The purpose of the CaribNOG community has always been to provide relevant local solutions to local networking challenges and engineering problems. These solutions are now more important than ever before. So Stephen, to you and the team, to our presenters today, long-standing veteran presenters like Albert Daniels and Mark Costas, new presenters, but members of the CaribNOG family nevertheless, like Aaron Hughes of Six Connect and Lisa Lydell of ARIN. I welcome you all to CaribNOG 20. It's a great time to join the community. It's a great time to have your voices be heard. And to those joining us online, whether you are joining in live on this Zoom stream or viewing us on the YouTube broadcast, I really encourage you to take full advantage of the sessions today. Have your voices be heard. Let us know what's happening in your networks, and let's build the Caribbean internet as stronger, more resilient, and more relevant to the years ahead. Thank you, Stephen.
Great. Thank you, Bevel. And I want to, well, since Bevel touched on some of the viewpoints that we have inside of the CaribNOG organization. I want to just go off that and build on that and give an update as to what has been happening in the CaribNOG community in 2020. And we briefly, as I said, Bevel mentioned this again, but just to put everything together, we would normally, CaribNOG has 2 regional meetings per year, one in the first quarter of the year, second in the last quarter. This year, where we would have normally had our CaribNOG 19 meeting, which was scheduled for St. Kitts, we found ourselves globally in this COVID-19 pandemic. And so that had to be canceled. However, the community and all our partners, Iron in particular, rallied and basically decided that we needed to continue to speak in the community, needed to continue to connect. And so we had a webinar series, which was just mentioned, 10 sessions between April 9 and June 10, in which we covered generally the context of COVID-19 and the Caribbean internet. And that looked into issues which we now understand are going to be with us for a while. Remote working, securing the network, bringing more autonomy to networks as we have to work inside of a new structure. And that was very, very well received by the community from all the feedback that we've gotten. Very well received, very impactful, and importantly, it has kept the community connected. A lot of discussion inside of the CaribNOG community, not only around the webinar series, but things which have spilled out from that. Just a sense of, I guess, more belonging on the part of the engineers and the ICT professionals in the community, that we have a role to play as the world deals with COVID. Related to that, CaribNOG members have seen more collaboration with our partners on community awareness webinars, events. As we know, many more webinars on online meetings have been conducted this year, and we've basically substituted a lot of our normal community outreach and physical events by participating in those with our partners, such as Aaron, such as ICANN and ISOC. And that's been very fruitful for the entire community. There are 2 big emphases which we've seen coming out of this, and I'll just put them in these 2 large buckets: remote working and network autonomy. Today, following on CARPIF, we're actually going to be dealing with largely with the network autonomy part of things. But we also want to and this came out of the webinar series, we also want to treat with the concerns that we are seeing inside of our community around working remotely and continuing to operate remotely, especially in the areas of education, as our kids need to get back out to school and learning needs to continue. Just that issue of how do we assist in setting up the appropriate types of technology infrastructure to cause the schools and education systems to continue, but also in terms of the commercial space and our service providers tackling those issues and working together to find solutions. So our meeting on December 1st will actually get into some of those issues, and we'll focus in particular on the practical issues around standing up and operating and supporting and securing networks in that context. But today, as I mentioned, we'll be looking at internet exchange points and network autonomy, because as COVID-19 has, and the new structure of the world has shown us, there has to be a lot more capacity within our communities and within our nations to be able to deliver services which are resilient. And so while the CARPIF meeting would have looked at many issues related to peering, in CaribNOG, community of engineers, we want to look into the practical ways in which we would build those networks. And we'll cover that today, but that's also linked to the last item that we see here, an ARIN community grant, which has been given specifically for the build out of these autonomous networks. And so I want to speak to that a little bit. Excuse me. The ARIN Community Grant Program is a program which ARIN runs that gives support for organizations and projects and initiatives which are interested in developing the internet infrastructure or providing key research. Generally, the criteria for these grants is that there has to be internet technical improvements, registry processes improvements, informational outreach, or research. And so this is something which has been ongoing by ARIN year on year. CaribNOG was encouraged. We had some discussions earlier this year, and we were encouraged to apply for a grant for some of the work that we're doing. As we mentioned, CaribNOG has always been helping and interested in supporting the rollout of internet exchange points in the region. And so, especially in the current context, we applied for a grant for the build out of internet exchange points in the Caribbean region. We positioned it not as a one-off thing, but basically what is our intent, which is over a number of years to deal with community and stakeholder engagement and mobilization, providing access to expertise in the community, see what is on the ground. We have internet exchange points and peering points in different levels of development. So see what's there and kind of analyze what is needed, provide equipment, assist with installation, and deliver training. And what we indicated to ARIN is that what we want to be able to do is to get many of these exchange points across the line. We have exchange points in different levels of development and support, and many of them are, if the right inputs are given, would become operational and successful. And so while CaribNOG may not be able to, independently or would not independently start and build an exchange in some location from zero to finish, we certainly can come alongside the community who is operating and help to get across the line. And so this is what we proposed in our project, and it was approved. And so I want to again just acknowledge and recognize and thank ARIN publicly in this context of a CaribNOG meeting for that support. The grant has been given for 12 months at an amount of 12,500 USD. And this will help in the work that we are already committing to do. And so this is just an extra support being given to our community in this very specific way. The next steps are we have identified many territories, many internet exchange points that potentially can be taken to the next step. And so what we're doing now is having very important and will continue to have important dialogue inside of our community with those persons in different territories who are involved in internet exchange work. We've already been talking and reached out to a few to understand what the needs are and to prioritize those needs as we go forward. I just want to say again that this isn't a one-off activity, but this is in support of our continuing work to develop internet exchange points, which has been going on with Caribbean Telecommunications Union, Packet Clearing House, ICANN, ISOC, and ARIN, of course. So this is a really good step for the community to help to cover some of our gaps. So having covered the grant, where that takes us is from this meeting going forward. And one of the things that we want to do in this meeting is start to put some flesh out and put some structure around how a CaribNOG team and engineering team could basically look on the issue of we need a better network pairing in this community, country, territory. How do we? What are the building blocks and what are the steps to put that into play? And so what we're discussing at this meeting and what we're going to be doing in 2021 through the grant and to other work is very well tied together, building out practically these internet exchange points. And so I see a really good connection between our present activity and what we're looking forward to do next year and the years going forward. So that's just to give us a sense of what is happening in CaribNOG. What I would now like to do is invite. We're going to have two updates from our regional internet registries, one from ARIN and one from LACNIC. And so I want to invite Lisa Lydell from ARIN to give us an ARIN update. Lisa is a part of the registry services at ARIN, and she's a director of registry services, has been at ARIN for 13 years. And registry services is that important aspect of ARIN, who helps us to resolve all our issues and get things solved when it comes to getting our internet numbers and dealing with our points of contact information and so on. This is where our help desk is based, and this is where we get all of the support and advice. Many of us would have interacted with John Worley before, as he's delivered training in CaribNOG. John is a part of the same registry services team, and so really invite you, Lisa. Thank you for joining CaribNOG 20. You're now an official CaribNOGger, so welcome. Do feel at home in this community. We're great friends of ARIN here, and so please go ahead.
Thank you. And go ahead and do the screen share.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to do a few of the statistics for the registration services group. This just depicts the number of organizations that ARIN serves. We have about almost 40% of our organizations are legacy customers. Those are customers that are not covered under a registration services agreement of any type with ARIN. We have about 17% are member organizations or our ISPs, and they are covered under a registration services agreement. And then we have almost 43% are what we would consider our end user customers. Our IPv4 coverage under an RSA, we have about 48% of that is covered under a standard RSA with ARIN. And we have about 12.5% covered under a legacy registration services agreement with ARIN. And we still have about almost 39.5% that is uncovered at this time. This chart just kind of depicts how the RSA coverage has increased over time. And we see the increase is mostly because of transfers. And now with the Internet Routing Registry and RPKI services, those are required to be covered under an RSA. So we do see the trend is going upwards for coverage. And our waiting list growth for IPv4, this is from when we first started back in June 2015 until September. And in September, we did a distribution to the waiting list. So that's why we kind of cut it off at September. But back when we had almost 400 organizations on the waiting list, it seemed like nobody else really wanted to join the waiting list. There wasn't enough movement. They just didn't feel like it was worth going on there. As we started getting space back that we could then reissue, we see a lot of peaks and valleys where we had done some distributions and then people came in. And now we see kind of a steadier flow with our distributions because we are doing them quarterly. So in September, when we did our last distribution, we filled all but I believe 4 organizations for the waiting list at that time. And this is just a little bit about the Caribbean region specifically for the waiting list. This is from the beginning of time as well. So, we can see the different countries and how many organizations were on there and have been completed. And we currently only have 3 organizations from the Caribbean on the waiting list right now. And we do have a distribution coming up in December. So if there are any organizations that are in need of IPv4, we would recommend that you go ahead and get your request in and get on the waiting list. And hopefully we can get you something in December. Aaron has some IPv4 reserved pools, and they're reserved for specific reasons. And under the Number Resource Policy Manual, Section 4.4, that's for critical infrastructure, internet exchanges. There's plenty of space there. We still have 364 available /24s. And then for NERPM Section 4.10, that's for transition services. So for your dual stacking and things like that, there's still plenty of space there as well. It's over 15,000 /24s. And then our IPv6 coverage for organizations under a registration services plan. So this is, again, our ISPs. We have about almost 51% of the organizations have IPv4 and IPv6 both. About 9% have IPv6 only, but that doesn't mean that they don't have IPv4 from a provider or peer to go along with that. And likewise with IPv4, there's about 40% that have only IPv4, but they could have IPv6 from provider or peer. And then the Caribbean region, this is the allocations that we've done to the Caribbean region since 2016. And in 2020, we've only done 9 allocations. And for IPv6 in the Caribbean region, we have 28 /24s total from that reserved pool for transition purposes. That's that section 4.10 that we talked about earlier. So 28 /24s have been issued directly to the Caribbean region. So if you plan to deploy IPv6, you can come in, submit your request for IPv6. And once you have that assigned, then you can come back in and get a /24 from that reserve pool for your transition services. And you're able to come back every 6 months as well to receive space from that pool if needed. The number of ASNs issued into the Caribbean region, this again goes back to 2016, and so far this year we've issued 16 new ASNs into the Caribbean region. And with ASNs, if you are connecting to an exchange point or you have multiple providers, peers that you're connecting with, you submit your request for an AS number and you would be able to qualify for it. And this is just some transfers. We haven't done any transfer statistics for a while. So transfers, these are the number of actual transfer requests that we've received. And this is based on, again, the Number Resource Policy Manual sections 8.2, 0.3, and 0.4. And then this is just the number of /24s that have been actually transferred under the same policies. And LACNIC has recently started doing inter-RIR transfers. And I believe we have 2 transfers underway with LACNIC right now. And Aaron recently started offering chat services to all of our members. So if you're logged into your Aaron Online account, you can access the chat system and chat with one of our staff members. We started in April, and through September, you can see we've had a good amount of traffic. So we just listed the number of conversations and the number of visitors. And they're off a little bit because the same visitor can have multiple conversations with us. And I think that's all I have to share unless anyone has any questions.
Any questions for Lisa? I did want to kind of point one thing out, Lisa. which I noticed that the waiting list, which would seem initially to be pretty like a pretty steep um, hill to climb, has gone down significantly.
Mhm.
So this is something I guess you'd encourage organizations that the waiting list is a viable way to get number resources at this point.
Absolutely. And we always tell everyone you don't pay to go on the waiting list. So there's no harm, no foul, basically. So go on the waiting list. If space becomes available, then we would issue it. If there were a fee that needed to be paid, that's when you would be assessed a fee. And also with the waiting list, you can go on the waiting list. And if you choose to do a market transfer, it's again, no harm, no foul. We would just remove you from the waiting list in accordance with policy.
Excellent. Very good. If there are no additional questions for Lisa. Okay.
Yeah, yes, Lisa, I know over the past few months we've gotten different kinds of requests coming from the Caribbean. Could you share a bit more about the kinds of questions and the kinds of issues people have had in requesting number resources, and what do you think we can do to help with that going forward? Also, if you need to provide some information to help people understand how to request and follow the procedure to acquire number resources.
Oh, certainly. So if you have an established Aaron Online account with us and you're already set up with a point of contact and an organization identifier, submitting the request through Aaron Online is, just clicking the request type. We're pretty good about guiding you through what you need. And once your request is submitted, we will review it for policy to make sure you meet policy requirements. We'll work with the individual um, for any questions that we might have to make sure that you meet requirements. The policies have changed recently, so the maximum that you can receive from the waiting list is a /22, and you would just need to show how you plan to use that within the next 2 years. So you would just provide a subnet mapping to us. And IPv6 for an ISP is fairly simple. You can receive a /32 or upon specific request, a /36. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa. I'm going to ask Mr. Kevin Swift from LACNIC. Kevin, are you here with us?
Hi, yes. Hi, Stephen. I'm here.
Okay, great. All right. So Kevin represents the Latin American Caribbean Network Information Center, LACNIC. And this is the in addition to ARIN, the other regional registry which supports or services the Caribbean region. We have probably about almost a 50-50 split of countries which are serviced by LACNIC and ARIN. And so Kevin and the LACNIC team have been very instrumental and active in giving their support to Caribbean networks and network operators, as Aaron has. And I want to ask Kevin to basically give us an update. There's some important recent news coming out of LACNIC, which affects all of the Caribbean operators and networks. So Kevin, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen, for that introduction. Great morning to everyone. And again, thanks to the organizers of CaribNOG for this opportunity to just share this very brief update with you. So as Stephen mentioned, we do have some very exciting news at LACNIC with regard to our IPv4 numbers. We have reached complete exhaustion, and I'll go into details in a minute about what that means. But for this morning's update, I'm going to talk a bit about what we've been doing in terms of resource management, and also some of the activities we have been doing to continue strengthening a secure, stable, and open and continuously growing internet. So on the resource management front, in LACNIC, we have reached to well over 10,000 members. At current, we stand at about 10,534 members. This shows that our membership has actually doubled in size since 2015. And part of that is attributed to the creation of two new categories that we had in 2017, the nano category and also the micro category, wherein we had a lot of very small entities, especially from Brazil, which is our largest territory, appearing on our database. And within the nano category, we have 200 members there. Also, just in terms of what our outreach has been like this year, we have been getting a lot closer to smaller ISPs, having participated in more than 10 events in 5 countries. We speak very often about the idea of WISP, wireless ISPs, and we've been participating in particular spaces just as Andina Link and others. Just talking about some of the needs and some of the anticipated challenges and opportunities that smaller ISPs could face in providing internet service. We also speak about how to request IRR, which is our Internet Routing Registry, a new service that was launched in LACNIC since December 2019. So the big news that we have is that we have reached true exhaustion. So as some of you may recall, since mid 2014, LACNIC announced exhaustion at that point, but as a matter of fact, it was really an indicator of us going into our austerity policies. The first austerity policy was called soft landing policy, where all entities, regardless of size and needs, were given one fixed allocation of IPv4 space. That would have been applicable to about 2 million addressees, and it was on average a /22 that we offered. And then the last austerity policy was that only new entities, new ISPs, and new end users could get IPv4 space and at a fixed allocation of a /22. Now that we have reached true exhaustion, that was declared on the 18th of August of this year, meaning that was the time when the last IPv4 space was assigned. What we have now is somewhat of a dynamic pool, which would include revoked and returned resources to LACNIC. At present, there are 121,000 of those resources. And these resources, once returned or revoked, go through a compulsory 180-day quarantine period. Upon which afterwards they'll be free to be reassigned. We implemented in this case a waiting list since August, and in that waiting list, well, just in terms of general figures, we've had about 2,000 requests over the last 12 months. We have 200 entities, so 200 tickets on the waiting list, and we have 600 tickets that are being considered. And out of those that are being considered, we have estimated that we will actually assign a fixed allocation of a /22 to 170 of those entities. So 2,000 requests within the last 12 months. And when you see later on the figures of 200 and 600, meaning 800, you can anticipate that some of the requests were canceled given the situation. So these allocations for these revoked and returned resources would be for ISPs or end users that never had IPv4 before, so new entities, and the maximum allocation size would be a /22. So LACNIC has no IPv4 space. If you're already in the business of running an ISP or you're an end user of some sort, you cannot get any more IPv4 from us. There is an exception for critical infrastructure that can get some resource space, IPv4 at least, from us. So what does that mean? If you absolutely do need IPv4 space, as Lisa mentioned just earlier, we have ratified and implemented our inter-RIR transfers policy in the third quarter of this year. That means we are one of 4 participating RIRs that would allow V4 to go to and fro. And under that policy, what could happen is that entities within the LACNIC region that require V4 can solicit this from any other of the participating regions. And what that would involve is a transaction that will happen between those two entities, and then a small administrative task and fee that will go to LACNIC to update the records. We also have on that front a listing service. This listing service is really a hands-off approach from LACNIC, but what we do with the listing service is that we have their buyers and sellers of IPv4 space. And we also have a third category, third parties that can act as escrow in those situations. So we don't necessarily take responsibility for the actual transaction that happens, but for a very minimal fee, you can subscribe to this listing service and you will have access to entities that are looking for buyers of excess IPv4 space that they have. Moving along. Great. Strengthening a secure and stable, open and continuously growing internet. On that front, we have a couple of resiliency initiatives that my colleague Alejandro would have begun mentioning yesterday during CARPIF. One of them deals with raising awareness and the deployment of RPKI among our membership. That has been one of the key objectives that we've been trying to do in terms of improving security of the internet. And as I mentioned before, we also have now an internet registry, internet routing registry, which is a new service that has become available at LACNIC since December 2019. On the issue of DNS security and stability, we have our project Mas Raíces. Mas Raíces deals with installing a copy of a root server at the infrastructure of a participating member. So LACNIC has agreements to help install the LKF and I routes. Of course, with their respective root server operators. And what we do is we really just try to put these operators in contact with the qualifying members. And in some cases, depending on the size of the member and the needs test, LACNIC actually donates the equipment required to have that copy of the root server installed at the member's premise. Sorry. And the latest entities to benefit from the Mas Raíces project come from these these places you see here: Guayaquil in Ecuador, Santo Domingo, and PIT Chile. In terms of the Caribbean last year, we have Telesur from Suriname that was also a beneficiary of the Mas Raíces project. And they have indeed, well, they're still in the process of installing, if I'm not mistaken, I can't recall the route exactly, but they are installing a copy right now. ASNs announcing IPv6. So in terms of the visible ASNs within the LACNIC region, there are 9,937, of which 4,742 are announcing IPv6. This is quite commendable because we are the region with the highest percentage of ASNs announcing IPv6. This graph was the latest figure that that was available off of RIPE's statistical database, but it does show that there is at least a lot of activity and a lot of thrust to deploying IPv6. Of course, when we look at the IPv6 leaderboard in the region, we have countries such as French Guiana, Brazil, Uruguay, even Trinidad and Tobago actually showing quite high with their IPv6 deployment at this time. We have been doing a number of activities. So here's a snapshot of some of the courses, or I should say all of the courses that are available on our online campus. We have a basic IPv6 course there, a second version for it. that is available. We have an introduction to IPv6, which is available in English, that was launched last year. We have IPv6 Advanced, IPv6 in Massive Networks, BGP and RPKI, Introduction to Network Management, Introduction to Security in Networks, and the latest course, which I'm actively involved in and is being launched as we speak, is the Internet Governance course that we have. That the registration period will end next Monday, and the course starts on the 23rd of this month and will run for 6 weeks. It's a self-assisted course considering internet governance, capturing various internet governance concepts, and as well demonstrating some of the contributions that actors from this region, from Latin America and the Caribbean have made to internet governance spaces. On the issue of activity, so let me just take a step back. We have been conducting in this year of pivots a series of webinars. We've had 29 webinars thus far. And one that I wanted to highlight here is a webinar that we directed to decision makers in the Caribbean. We had a specific focus on directing this content to Guyana, Suriname, and Belize. Those countries were the countries where in the previous year we conducted a number of high-level meetings with our CEO and with decision makers from the ministries, the regulators, and some of the entities in those countries, some of the ISPs. And we wanted to do a bit of a follow-up on that based on the feedback we had received from these communities on what some of their major challenges were. And in this online webinar, we specifically spoke about some of the more strategic imperatives to deploying IPv6 at this point. We touched on a number of things, including network efficiency, improving security of the internet, boosting cybersecurity efforts, and the like. And for those of you who either were not aware of the webinar or were unable to attend, the recording is available on LACNIC's webinars website. If you search for LACNIC webinars, you will see this was one of the more recent webinars that we conducted. We have as well the FORT project, which is a project with funding from the Open Technology Fund between LACNIC and NIC Mexico to improve routing security and internet freedom. Simple project in where we have an RPKI validator installed, and we have a tool that's developed to document incidents and to track and report on these routing incidents. We have as well the FRIDA project. This year had complete focus, complete funding from LACNIC. As some of you may be aware, FRIDA is our regional fund for digital innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we continue to fund particular types of initiatives. For example, in 2019, we looked at the whole issue of community networks, with one of the awardees being Nuestra Red in Colombia. And we also looked at questions of gender divide and technology, where we had two awardees being the Mexican Center for Women in Technology and the Digital Feminist Activism Foundation in Argentina. IT Goes Global was our flagship initiative in Haiti, where we decided to train women and girls in data processing concepts so that they'll be better equipped to find digital opportunities and remote work opportunities. I'm moving quickly because I'm sure we are short on time. We have also had the Leaders 2.0 program, which is our NRI support program, where traditionally we provided just funding, technical advice, and speakers to face-to-face events. Of course, with all that had been happening this year, we decided to pivot and have this support program look at working on small thematic studies on various issues that the community face. So the thematic areas that we published were internet and the pandemic impacts on human rights, security and trust, digital inclusion, We recently awarded the successful applicants to this program. We had about 46 applications, of which we awarded 16, which will feature various takes from specific communities on the issues highlighted here, or the thematic areas highlighted here. And last but not least, we have an IT woman mentoring program, where the objective is to improve the participation and leadership of women within the LACNIC community and the internet ecosystem on the whole. The idea is that young women in the IT field could apply and could be paired with a mentor that would guide them through the process, as it were, into becoming more vocal and more active within various internet spaces. And here you can see just a list of some of the benefits. The mentor offers their support as a tutor for the production of technical papers, a coach for the presentation of those papers, and then the mentees, on the other hand, have an opportunity to present the works in terms of lightning talks at the upcoming LACNIC event, which most likely will be online in next May. And that is it from my end. There could have been so many more topics I could have touched on, but I just wanted to give you just a snapshot of some things happening at the registry. And of course, I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions or any further details you may require on what I presented here this morning.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. Really, do concur. There is a lot happening at the registry. Lots of activity inside of our region. Unfortunately, we are out of time for this section, so I'm going to ask that we hold any specific questions for Kevin to our Q&A section further on in the meeting, or we can please do use the Q&A feature at the bottom of our Zoom windows to basically ask the questions, and we'll have them answered by Kevin or somebody else from the team. So those of us who are watching online and basically have any questions or things that we need to get resolved, please do hop on to the webinar, which is available through the CaribNOG page. Great. So we're going to proceed into the. So thanks again, Kevin and Lisa, for those updates from our regional registries. We're going to now go into the first part of our IXP workshop, which is as I said, the feature content for our today's CaribNOG 20 meeting, and this is going to be delivered by Aaron Hughes, who is a longtime technologist and entrepreneur and a real network engineer. He's currently based in the U.S. Virgin Islands, so he's right smack inside of the Caribbean region. But Aaron is the co-founder of Six Connect, a network provisioning and software company, and has generally been inside of the network development and rollout, build-out space for over 25 years. He's done training and help with the deployment of IPv6 for a number of organizations. Right now, one of Aaron's focuses, as he is based in the Caribbean region, is very much a part of what CaribNOG is considering, which is the standing up of internet exchanges and just improving the network infrastructure in the region. So we've been speaking with Aaron for a while, and he has graciously offered a number of times to jump in and to help and to assist and to provide his expertise and his resource in any way that is needed. So we're really happy to have him with us today to really get into the nuts and bolts of building up this network infrastructure. This isn't the first time that that Aaron has presented at CaribNOG. I believe we had a meeting in Miami a few years ago, CaribNOG 15, which interestingly touched on the issue of network resilience. And Aaron spoke to us about that at that point in time. So I guess I almost see this as a continuation of that same theme of building out resilient autonomous networks. And so I want to turn over to Aaron now to basically take us through a two-part structure of how we would actually go about get this done. And the hope is that at the end we will have we'd have a lot to work on and a starting point for our build outs going forward. Aaron?
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Appreciate it. So, as just get this shared. Here we go. All right. So, as Mr. Lee just mentioned, this is on presentation on building a resilient IXP. But more than that, this is a start of a conversation. This is not meant to be a one-to-many presentation. It's really meant to be a full engagement of any resources in the Caribbean who are interested in participating in building out internet infrastructure, in particular IXPs. And we'll dive into a little bit of the purpose shortly. As Mr. Lee said, I am the CEO of Six Connect. I'm also the president of PeeringDB, Chief Network Architect at United Layer, and serve on the board for OpenIX. So certainly I deal with a great deal of IXPs as it relates to my PeeringDB role, and of course, setting standards for how internet exchanges should operate and what elements constitute having a highly available IXP. I've also run several IXPs, both small and large, and in interesting conditions. For example, I ran one in Miami at 14 feet above sea level, where we had to be concerned about things like flooding. In particular, our 50,000 gallons of diesel in the parking garage, which was under sea level. So had to address issues where weather certainly has factors that impact the IXPs. I've run an IXP in California, where we had to deal with things like earthquakes and having fault tolerance on the other side of the fault line. But more than that, I'm certainly pro-community. I spend a good deal of my time volunteering to help people, whether that's through training or outreach or operational communities, regional internet registries, peering forums. Any way I can help a technologist get involved in this industry. And I've been doing that for 25 years. So for the majority of that time, I spent it on the mainland. As it was just mentioned, I currently reside in the USVI. And I've been here for about a year. So I wanted to talk about that journey a little bit before we dive into this presentation. I wrote this line, understanding community and becoming a hacker, because I realized almost immediately just how different it was to live in the Caribbean than it was the mainland. I was used to being able to call someone or drive somewhere or meet at a bar, have a dialogue with my colleagues and peers whenever we wanted to make a change, build infrastructure, share stories, share our failures together. And I took that for granted. I took it for granted that the power was generally stable. There was water and cooling available everywhere. Fiber access is available in multiple paths. And there are lots of choices for physical infrastructure where you might want to host a service. Really quite easy to overcome, particularly the Boston to Washington and California area, and in the middle of the country in Chicago and Texas. But having moved to the USVI, I realized very quickly things like power are not highly available. Access to water is not always common. For example, I have cisterns at home and we filter rainwater. And it's the same for large parts of the island, and some islands I go to, that's the only source of water. You find out that you're kind of on your own, right? Your internet access isn't necessarily stable. I have at my house, for example, 2 providers and a Unify load balancer to fail over between providers every time there's an outage. And I get notices for that around, once or twice a week. When it's raining heavily, I get it probably once or twice a day. And finding resources in the Caribbean just to sit and chat with is challenging. Identifying the technologists that work for companies is challenging. I noticed that even when I would reach out to a technical resource, for example, while installing some internet service, if I had a question that was more challenging than, say, how do I get this modem or this device turned up? The answer would be, oh, you need to talk to this person who works in Miami. They're going to be flying down in a week or so. So next Wednesday, you can have that dialogue. Local resources are really hard to find. And I found that very surprising. Even having met some professors at universities locally who specialize in technology, there aren't paths to have local technologists survive in the Caribbean local to the island. Now, obviously, I'm speaking specifically about the USVI, but I spent a lot of time going around the Caribbean, and I find that everybody's kind of a hacker. You run lines where you need to, whether that's stringing fiber between buildings or getting power to where you need it. Redundancies on you. You need to manage your own UPSs, your own generator, your own cleaning of power, your own management for water. It's not easy. And that transition for me was fascinating and eye-opening. And no longer just about the occasional visit to a peering forum or a CaribNOG or a CTU, but really a direct understanding that things are not easy to get done. And the Caribbean is definitely different than certainly the mainland and different than most places. We heard some presentations yesterday related to some Africa-based IXPs where we found some similarities, and that was actually quite refreshing to hear. But I find it also quite interesting that it's challenging to get the stories from other people in other countries and islands around the Caribbean itself. Even just finding a forum where we can all meet and identify each other. That's not just the peering contact email address on Peering TV. So some of this I find absolutely fascinating, and I think there are problems that we can overcome that'll really help us succeed in building technology, building education, keeping jobs local. This presentation is really to start a framework and to start a dialogue. And I wanted to start by saying that, one, an IXP is really not just a stack of hardware, right? This isn't about a rack that you install a set of gear, services, and software. This is entirely about community, and that community needs to gather around the IXP and develop those strong relationships and trust between each other. And as I mentioned, some of that is hard to do, right? It's hard to say, hey, everybody, let's fly to some island, sit down and have a drink and beer together and talk about this. So it's about all of you, right? All of us individually and all of us collectively need to cultivate that culture that helps to innovate and implement IXPs and grow technology communities and build these trust relationships together. So here's the rough desired outcome of this topic. This is the start of a conversation, as I said. Building these kind of trust relationships and IXPs and data centers certainly doesn't happen overnight. What we're talking about here is what we do in 2021 and beyond to continue to develop this technology and implement this technology. And the idea I have in my head is we build a working template for the entire Caribbean to follow. What does an internet exchange look like for us? And those standards may be different, right? Like your initial standard, your small, your medium, as we grow. What does that look like? there aren't that many examples in the Caribbean that we get to hear stories like we did yesterday of the 10 years in Grenada and the growth of that IXP. The ones that are around are fairly new and growing. So we have to kind of build that template and learn from each other's errors and correct the template as we go. How to build local supporting community and communicate regularly is another challenge I'd like to see us resolve. I find that, as a simple example, even looking at CaribNOG, the mailing list is fairly quiet. And while I understand that there is a WhatsApp group that talks regularly, there isn't a good, well-known forum in the Caribbean where if you just meet somebody that's interested in technology, you have a resource to point them at to get involved. And I'd like to change that. I think we can change that together. And then even once we have these micro communities established and we figure them out, whether that's an island or a group of islands or a country, then how do we collaborate and exchange information between those micro communities with each other? And it might be CARPIF, it might be CaribNOG, it might be something else, but connecting with each other is very important to the success of creating this kind of model that works throughout the Caribbean. I'd love to hear feedback from technologists in the Caribbean on what does work today, whether that's WhatsApp, Facebook, wikis, supporting organizations, some other thing that I haven't thought about, bulletin boards, etc. What works today? What doesn't? Do we need to reinvent this wheel? How do we get people to actually actively speak to each other? Because it is the core of building any technical infrastructure is to have open communication and build support both locally and throughout the Caribbean. I'd love to see the local economy grow. I'd love to see services on island, jobs on island, freedom for inland, less dependency on tourism. I'm sure we've all seen, particularly in the Caribbean, that with COVID and cruise ships stopping and hotels shutting down and fewer flights of people from vacations or passport limitations, we've all felt a very direct impact on not having local jobs. And while many of us are privileged enough to work for organizations where working from home is the norm, many people could be in tech-based jobs local to the island that would be free from that dependency and help make the island economy more resilient in itself. It's by adding another option. I don't want to see people graduating from university and heading off to the mainland. I'd much rather see a desire to stay on and work technology and options for people to pick from to stay in their respective places and not have to make that decision. So I'm sure there's a long list of hurdles that we need to overcome, and it would be nice to have a place to put them all and start having that dialogue about building a plan and figuring out how to overcome them. I think it'd be useful to compare and contrast other recent regions, lessons learned, so we don't have to make the same mistakes. Although I do expect the Caribbean is mostly a unique situation. So to some extent, we're going to have to learn that on our own. And I put here as a side note, where does this template live? Again, I don't really know the answer. Right? Do we utilize an existing resource like a CaribNOG or CARPIF, or do we start something new? Some kind of Caribbean-wide technologist resource where we can actively post about our implementations, our failures, our lessons learned, create communication lists, wikis, forums, etc. I don't know the answer, but I think we should find one. So what's the motivation for this discussion? I think the fairly obvious one is the self-sustainability, building a stronger internet community here. Keeping jobs local, while it doesn't create a ton of local jobs and economy, it does help to start that change, to start having the discussions about building these local communities and growing them. Obviously, as we're building more internet exchange points, we're increasing the performance for all of us, for all of the businesses, for our local ISPs, for our service at home. But really, we're also putting the control in your hands for how our infrastructure performs. We're not depending on other ISPs that are off of our islands outside of our countries. We're really putting controls in our own hands, and we're at our own destiny. I also thought while I was writing this presentation that I should say, what do I want out of this? Why am I'm interested in even starting this conversation? And I think it boils down to this. I'd like to have a place defined that we can continue to have this conversation on a regular basis. What are our regular touch points to say, how we doing? Where do you need help? I'm stuck. I could use a contact from this organization or that organization. I have this technical problem. I don't have a contract with this provider. Have you run into this before? I need some help supporting this. Looking for fund sources, looking for places, etc. Is that a mailing list, group collaboration of some flavor? I don't know what that is, but I'd like a clearly defined place. And I think that also needs to exist as a template for local to your island or the group of islands, as well as Caribbean wide. And then when I started to think of this a bit more, I realized that it's not just the people who are implementing the infrastructure, whether you're providers or operators, but also, when you're just having a conversation with someone who is a technologist that wants to get involved in either this or technology in general. I meet people all the time. Sometimes they work for, the power company or a solar company, or they're building a cistern monitor or something like that. And they're just looking for a path to connect with other technologists in the Caribbean to know what their options are. And as far as I can tell, it doesn't really exist. So I think we need, a Geeks Caribbean-wide list to start that kind of dialogue as well. Build some buzz around technology growing in the whole of the Caribbean. I also think it's really important that we walk away with an information site. So as talking to people, whether that's someone who owns a building or our governments or utilities or someone we might be asking for sponsorship from, to have information about our mission. And right now, it's not entirely clear when you go to something like a CaribNOG or a CarPIF that this is really about growing the resilience of the infrastructure in the Caribbean and helping us in particular during times of need when there's hurricanes or flooding or mudslides or whatever. Communication between the residents and the government, between residents and residences, to keep our businesses operating. Imagine a world where when your island internet edge was down, you'd be able to walk into a store and have them process a credit card instead of having to grab cash. Or the website for your local restaurant wasn't hosted in Dallas or Miami, but instead was hosted on island. Or your mobile termination was actually terminating IP on island. That would be absolutely lovely. So here's the rough agenda. Obviously, I think people know roughly why we should peer, but I'll cover a little more details. And then more importantly, the supporting services on building and exchange. Obviously, I've already started to talk a lot about community. It's absolutely essential to building an exchange. Finding a location, information about power, equipment, operations, maintenance, a management platform, the number of resources involved, connectivity you might need that you haven't thought about. And of course, if there are any other items that we'd like to talk about, certainly feel free to put them in the chat, or at least the Q&A, because I can't actually see the chat while I'm presenting. So what is peering? Pardon me. As I mentioned, this is obviously about building a community. So this is interpersonal skills. This is identifying people and roles, companies, embracing local, really getting out there and understanding your community. But peering, by definition, is the voluntary interconnection of internet networks for the purpose of exchanging traffic between the users of each network. They're typically, but maybe not so much in the Caribbean, typically similar sized networks exchange traffic. You wouldn't have a tiny ISP be peering with a very large one. In the Caribbean, I think there might be some exceptions as we start to grow these IXPs. This obviously has some dependence on whether or not the intended outcome for a particular IXP is to create kind of a mini internet. Right? Sometimes I think about IXPs as increasing performance and resiliency for the islands. And sometimes I think about what happens if your island is isolated and what other services or what would you need at your IXP in order to support the concept of kind of a mini isolated internet for the purpose of particularly emergency communication, or maybe even just being able to make phone calls between mobile networks while you're island isolated. Peering is typically mutually beneficial. It's typically without a monetary exchange, although I have seen at times where there is some small monetary exchange for peering. And typically you have shared cost of resources. You choose the players you want to exchange traffic with, so you don't have to peer with everybody at the exchange. You can pick and choose those that you want to peer with, and once you have a mutual understanding, then you can exchange traffic. And of course, there are generally options for direct relationships, so whether that's P&I or a private VLAN, or peering with everybody on the exchange who's willing to peer with a route server, where you get everybody's traffic, everybody's prefixes that are on that particular IXP. Why peer? Well, there are tons of reasons. I think that the Caribbean is a little unique, right? It's not just about the typical reduced latency and cost of traffic, because the cost of transit is coming down. And that argument seems to get less and less relevant as time goes on. But it's also interesting that all of these organizations that are acquiring each other are getting bigger and bigger, and we become dependent on these same large organizations to send traffic somewhere else in the mainland just to get to my next door neighbor who might be on a different ISP, or to get to the next island where I have to cross by fiber, twice just to reach them. So certainly we're talking about performance improvements and removing dependencies on upstreams for local services and creating more resiliency. But I think there's also another factor that's not typical, which is that it really helps with natural disasters and avoiding the impact of undersea cable cuts. And lastly, in the Caribbean in particular, I'd love to see traffic stop using in Miami. I'd love to see traffic go local and have fast, reliable internet connectivity. One of the most fascinating things I find here is looking at an undersea cable map. I looked at this many, many times over the years, and the number of undersea cables that terminate in the Caribbean just continue to grow massively. And I find it really interesting that so many of these cables are used as pass-through. They come to the islands and we never even see layer 3 traffic. Right? They just go from one point to the other. But there is fiber laid out between islands here where we should be able to pass layer 3 traffic in an extremely efficient manner and light up all of these links with layer 3 to make the options for getting from island to island throughout the Caribbean an option, to have efficient access to South America, North America, Europe, Asia. And for some reason, the way the infrastructure has developed here, we have only the basic necessities of how do we get to a couple of providers or a couple of paths between places, and expect that traffic to terminate somewhere in typically the mainland US or South America. I think we can do better. I think this opportunity is absolutely immense. And if we have an end goal of lighting all of these links with layer 3 and having traffic exchange in the most efficient way possible, then we're going to make the internet more resilient for the entire Caribbean. So let's say you buy into this. You like this idea. You're a technologist here on an island in a country that wants to build an internet exchange. I think everybody here has some vested interest in this technology somehow. So what now? As I mentioned early on, you're going to need community. You're going to need a lot of local support before you do anything else. And I think you've heard it, yesterday in a few of the presentations, that you can set up the perfect IXP, have the most resilient, most redundant IXP. And if you haven't got local support, then nobody's going to join it. And this is a challenge that's going to be interesting to overcome, because I don't have the answers for that. It's taken me a year to meet a few of the technologists inside of a few of the technology companies here, and it was hard. It wasn't easy to find the actual engineering staff at, say, via our broadband BI or LCCN or NGN fiber network. I had to really work at that. So I think for each of us, this is going to be an interesting journey, and it would be great to explore ideas on how we cultivate that culture. In particular, in a time when you can't just host a barbecue and get together on a beach somewhere, how are we going to build that local support? It's also notable that you don't have to get everything right when you start. Right? I think yesterday this was mentioned as well. You can start small. You don't have to have all of the money for getting everything right or as redundant as you can from the start. You can always modify it as you grow, as long as that you identify the shortcomings and understand your single points of failure well, and certainly try and be transparent about it, or have a plan to reduce those shortcomings, single points of failures as you grow. It's okay to be best effort versus professional and well organized and fully funded. Hopefully we can all get to the place where every IXP we build is the quality we desire. Of course, you have to decide on your model before you start to build. Are you a not-for-profit, meaning you're doing a cost recovery based model, and that could be through sponsorship, or it could be member based, or are you for profit? And there are significant differences on how you would lay out a plan. Right? One might be going for funding, and the other might be building a community where you figure out how to get your seed started based on potential members, or cost recovery based on a grant or sponsorship, or even grant funds from your local governments. You need to create and register a business, and this is another thing that's rather unique to each of the countries and islands that are interested in doing this. I don't know what the legal structure is for nonprofits in the whole of the Caribbean, but I think that's something that we should also work on templatizing. You'll need some flavor of insurance, at least directors and officers insurance, and probably insurance for your equipment or organizations you might be signing contracts with. You'll absolutely need to have a simple peering agreement. And if you're thinking about growing your membership, particularly as you start up, you want it to be as simple as it can be. In essence, do no harm to others and very little else. The more complicated the agreement, the longer it takes to get someone turned up at your exchange. So site selection is one of the most interesting things in the Caribbean. The main value, of course, being that the IXP is resilience. In theory, this should be somewhat of a natural process. As you're out there speaking to interested parties in the idea of a carrier-neutral IXP, there should naturally be a location where the most common point for fiber access or co-location access is on island. And if not, it's a much more complicated site selection problem. You're going to have that dialogue with those interested in taking the benefit of this and figuring out where it is. Generally speaking, you're looking for an IXP to be in a carrier-neutral location. You can, of course, do it in a non-neutral location as long as you've got some neutral access policies. So I think granted, IXP presentation yesterday mentioned something like that kind of start as well, where you can, of course, move the site as it grows, or you can keep open access to Meet Me rooms, ease of access to the colo fiber, the Meet Me room, cross connects for members. And of course, when you're looking for a site, you need to have stable and redundant power. Hopefully redundant feeds to a building, hopefully UPSs and generator backup of the UPSs. You're looking to be as central as you can, and that is to the parties that you'd like to see as your membership, particularly as you're seeding this, right? So as central as possible. Existing service providers, government services, local service attraction, right? So you may not have something today on island that serves, say, your local business websites or local services that you might want. But be thinking about that, even if it doesn't exist today, where would you have additional growth in services? Is the building support the growth that you expect to have if the IXP is successful? What do you look for in a site? It's not always just about power and space and being central. There's actually quite a bit of things that you should be thinking about, in particular being Caribbean. Restricted access is nice to have. Right? You want to reduce the risk of tampering with gear. Really nice to have, but something that's not always available is access logging, so we know who came in and left the building, access controls, whether that's, retina or hand scamming, or even if it's key, having a guard that is checking people and checking people out, cameras, physical security, something that's manned 24 hours a day. Certainly things like fire prevention, fire suppression, extinguishing equipment. You need to be asking these questions. What happens if this facility catches on fire? How does it react today? How frequently are tests done? Are these lines pressurized? Are they not? What's in those lines? Is it going to destroy my gear? What happens in that scenario? Certainly cooling equipment. You need to understand, how the HVACs work. Does the building have access to water for the cooling equipment? Is it redundant? How redundant is it? What happens if a unit fails? Are those things maintained? This is all part of your due diligence just for bringing in an IXP. Keeping in mind that, if your IXP is successful, this will become critical infrastructure. So when you're looking at this, look at it more than just as if you were dropping in some co-location. Flood prevention is very important on the islands, right? What's the elevation of the building? What's the location? What happens when it floods? Stake the building out during a storm. I mean, obviously not one where you're putting yourself at risk, but look at what's happening around it. Is it rated for hurricane wind speed? And what is that rating? At what point do you know that building is going to go away and no longer be viable? Obviously on island, we get mudslides, and on many of the Caribbean islands, we get earthquakes, particularly around, Puerto Rico. Have a look at where the fault lines are, what the frequency of earthquakes, and ask questions about the viability of the structure. Walk around, look at cracks, look physically at the building very carefully, and ask questions about it. I mean, your facility operator, generally speaking, is going to know the answer. And sometimes it's a little bit grim, right? You understand that things happen in the Caribbean that don't happen everywhere else. Things don't get repaired very fast. But remember that while you're doing this, you want it to withstand the majority of outside elements, and that building, that site selection is absolutely critical. Just pausing and looking at a question here. How does it, so Camilla Bush asks, how does an IXP generate revenue, and can those revenue opportunities help engage businesses and key individuals in building the community? That's a good question. So IXPs have different kind of revenue models. Generally speaking, IXPs don't make a ton of money even if so the most basic answer to the question is you charge a port fee, a monthly port fee or an access fee to the IXP. In the nonprofit model, the idea is to cost recovery. So your total cost of your colo, your power, the actual capital expenditures of the gear, the optics that go into those ports. If you're going cards to increase the size of your ports, you're dividing that cost up between the entire membership and simply charge effectively a break-even cost, maybe with a little bit of reserve in case something happens. In a for-profit model, you may obviously charging a little bit more, and you're selling the idea of value-added services. Does that help in building the community? Absolutely. IXPs, one, you're obviously generating some jobs, and we're going to get down into what those jobs are later in this presentation. But you do need, some flavor of NOC, a network operations center. You do need some flavor of maintenance. You are interacting with this community. You can host micro events a bit like this event, or a bit like CarPIF, where you're actually having direct interaction with those utilizing your exchange, and ask them for feedback, right? What would bring, more or different kinds of members to this exchange? What's important kind of traffic that you'd like to reach that you're not getting to? What are important services that you find leave the island, leave the country, or go to the mainland? And how do you attract other businesses to then host those services within the building that your IXP is? And that's a really deep and long conversation, but imagine identifying those and then going for outreach to all of your local businesses that map a particular type. Let's just say, as a hypothetical example, you want to attract restaurants, and you want to put in a credit card processing system on island, and have some managed hosting service or some public cloud hosting service within the building, and build a template for how a restaurant might serve their hours, their location, their menu, reservation system, etc. I mean, that alone is a pretty easy thing to say. I'm gonna go after a particular vertical on island to encourage businesses and encourage buildings to join that individual. That's a pretty long conversation, and I think a great starter to an even longer engagement about that. What's the long term? I am noting the time is 11:30, and this goes on quite a bit. So this is an appropriate time for the break, and we can continue going on from there. And obviously, I'll pick a pace as we go on the second half of this section at 12:15.
Excellent.
So
Thanks.
back to Julie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aaron. So that's you're right. We are at our time for a break. But really good dive so far into the issues around building out the IXP. I think we're seeing here Aaron put a very big spotlight on community and the ability to, and the dynamics around creating a community that helps make the IXP work. So we'd like to have some more dialogue about that later, especially in our time of Q&A. So we're going to break now for 15 minutes, just to kind of stretch and refresh ourselves, grab some water, some brew, and get back. So looking forward to seeing everybody back at 11:45 EST, AST, 10:45 EST. Thanks for joining us. Just want to give quick shout out to our partners and our sponsors, Aaron, Latnik, ICANN, and ISOC. Just acknowledging their support of CaribNOG at this CaribNOG 20. So thanks everyone, and see you in about 12 minutes. Great. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to our CaribNOG 20 program. We're going to now get a couple more updates from the community, starting with an update from ICANN, Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, represented here by Albert Daniels. He's a senior manager for community relations in the Caribbean. So Albert, veteran of CaribNOG, ask you to go right ahead.
Thank you, Stephen. Can you see my slide?
Yes, good.
Okay.
I'm hearing you well.
Great. Well, hello, everyone. Good morning, good day, good evening. ICANN, as usual, is very happy to participate and contribute to this CaribNOG discussion on this occasion about focusing on building out resilient networks in the Caribbean. CaribNOG is obviously a very important partner to ICANN. And I note that Stephen has described CaribNOG as a community of engineers. And Stephen, just for your information, I have that word community underlined 3 times because it has become such an important word in our discussions this morning. I have 15 minutes for my short presentation, so I'll set my timer to 10. And realizing that we may have a mix of experienced and newcomers to CaribNOG in the audience, I've decided to give what I refer to as an integrated update on what has taken place recently at our last ICANN meeting, ICANN 69, which took place from the 13th to the 15th of October. I call it integrated because I will touch on a few points that were discussed, but also at the same time, for the newer persons to ICANN, I will give some idea of how things work in the ICANN multi-stakeholder community. So first of all, ICANN typically has these global meetings. This last meeting, ICANN 69, was held under the Hamburg time zone. And there were some interesting plenary sessions. One of them was on the topic of the domain name business. We talk about building these resilient networks, but the question that comes afterwards is, what do we use them for? And in many cases, we use them for different types of businesses. So that plenary session focused on everything you want to know, ask, or discuss about the domain name business. There were some interesting presentations, one on the .art top-level domain as a niche community. There was an interesting presentation from .fox, which looked at security and branding benefits. There was a focus on important economic, cultural, and political motivations for coming up with geographic top-level domain names. An example of a geographic top-level domain names would be something like .caribbean or .caricom or .oecs or .islands. We heard a little bit from Graham Bunton about scaling challenges with what are referred to as registrars. Registrars are one of the entities, just to use an example, like GoDaddy, that we go to when we typically are registering domain names. And we also had a good presentation by Prudence Malinke on specific services that are offered by corporate registrars. So a look was taken at the domain name business, and the approach was one which was interesting for experienced persons and also understandable for new persons coming into the industry about what we can actually use this resilient network that we're trying to build for. Another area that was in very high discussion was that of domain name abuse and looking at the different issues. Now, historically, there have been several conversations about domain name abuse over several ICANN meetings. So at ICANN 69, there were discussions between ICANN, the community, and what we refer to as contracted parties, the registries and the registrars, on DNS abuse. Our Chief Technical Officer, David Conrad, made a very interesting presentation about the trends that we are seeing across the DNS, phishing, farming, all sorts of things, including data from some systems that we've developed at ICANN called DAR, the Domain Name Abuse Reporting System. Another one called DNS Ticker. It's ICANN, so you know we're going to be shooting many acronyms at you. Domain Name Security Threat Identification and Collection Reporting. And the identifier technologies for health indicators. So in principle, David basically presented a lot of data that we've been collecting at ICANN on what has been happening with regard to DNS abuse. And we also saw a preview of an upcoming report from one of the focused sections of ICANN. It's an advisory committee that deals with security, referred to as the ESAC, the Security and Stability Advisory Community. And the DNS Abuse Work Party is actually going to be presenting a report that intends to outline and address methodologies and practices for reducing DNS abuse. Because after we've built these networks and we start seeing abuse on the networks, we have to critically look at the issue of how we mitigate DNS abuse. And the ESAC, the Security and Stability Advisory Committee within ICANN, has been looking into that area. And we also saw some input from another important area of ICANN, which we refer to as the Governmental Advisory Committee. These essentially are representatives of the governments of the world. And one important point that came out of that was the need for a whole ecosystem response to DNS abuse. Now, you know, listening to Aaron, who has gone before, you would realize that while we are a technical community in ICANN, there are some non-technical topics that we need to pay attention to. We've heard about building community, and another important aspect is paying attention to what's happening in the international community in areas such as ICANN, ISOC, and the regional internet registries who we've heard from before. Another plenary session that we had at ICANN 69 was a session related to the General Data Protection Regulation, which has come out of the European Union, and more importantly, the impact that is going to happen on end users with regard to public safety. The WHOIS is that database that ICANN keeps of information related to persons who have registered domain names. So for example, who owns CaribNOG.org? It's Stephen Lee. This is his address. This is his telephone number. This is where we can find him. So a lot of that kind of data is kept in a database called the WHOIS. And now that GDPR has come along, ICANN has been forced to make some changes to the way in which that data is kept. And these changes that have had to be made are causing, you know, lots of concerns from different areas. So at ICANN 69, we had the US Federal Trade Commission explaining how the public uses WHOIS data. We had the Federal Bureau of Investigation noting the need for timely and accurate data in the context of law enforcement. When the agencies, the law enforcement agencies, need to carry out investigations, they need to get access to this WHOIS data. And there was a lot of discussion about this and making the data available on the one hand, and Milton Mueller, you know, looked at the other hand, which is the right for registrants to redact personally identifiable information. So on one hand, you have groups that want to get this information freely, and on the other hand, you have other groups that feel that personally identifiable information should be redacted. So there was a lot of discussion on that from various perspectives. And we also saw more information on what's happening with regard to phishing. And Mark Savan, shared a recent report from Microsoft on digital defense. Another area of ICANN is the Address Supporting Organization, which essentially comprises representatives from the 5 regional internet registries. And the interesting thing about the ASO is that I have nothing to report because the ASO Council did not meet at ICANN 65, at ICANN 69, primarily because most of the RIRs conduct their business on mailing lists and not necessarily at an ICANN meeting. At an ICANN meeting, the regional internet registries mainly look at global policy. So those 2 that cover our region, the Caribbean, both represented here, ARIN and LACNIC, have their own mailing lists where you can get more information on what is happening in terms of policy development. Another area within ICANN where policy is developed is a supporting organization known as the CCNSO, the Country Code Name Supporting Organizations. Now, there are several members of CaribNOG who would be very interested in this particular organization because it's very technical. They have specifically an entire day dedicated to presentations from CCTLD managers from across the globe, where they talk about the technologies that they're using, the problems they are encountering, how they are resolving these problems, what software they are using, and so on and so forth. So the entire tech day comprises of CCTLD managers making these presentations and exchanging with other members in their community, there's that word again, on how they are developing the CCTLD management and market. And the CCNSO also had its members meeting. All CCTLD managers are actually members of the CCNSO, and they looked at issues such as the governance of the CCNSO and the country code top-level domain management experience during COVID-19. There were some question and answer sessions because the way ICANN works is you have these membership entities, but then you also have what we can consider sort of board-level entities. With the CCNSO, they have a council, the CCNSO Council, and there were question and answer sessions with candidates for that council, which can come from any country of the world, including Latin America and the Caribbean. And the CCNSO membership also had discussions with the candidates for ICANN board seat number 12. The CCNSO gets the opportunity to place a board member on the ICANN board. So there were discussions with the candidates for that seat. And also there were discussions with existing representatives who were on the board. With the GNSO, I want to extract one topic and just walk you through how the policy development process works at ICANN. This topic relates to us. It's the new GTLD subsequent procedures. Basically what happens next with getting new top-level domain names like .art, .fox, .books, and so on. What happens next if we want .caribbean, .rums, .carnival, .sailing? And there's been a lot of discussion going on in that area. And there was a document, a final report put out for public comment. This public comment lasted from the 20th of August to the 30th of September. And the idea is that we invite comments from the community on the report. How do you feel about it? What do you still have concerns about? What would you like to see added? And there were 50 submissions from various groups. And these submissions were put into various documents where a commencement of a review took place at ICANN 69. 2 topics that were looked at were applicant support. What happens, for example, to a CaribNOG community that wants support to get .caribnog, and how should these be prioritized? And moving on from ICANN 69, there will be a continuation of the review of the comments that came in. So the main point here is we need to participate in these discussions. We need to make our input on what happens with the next round of GTLDs. A lot happened in the group that represents end users, the at-large advisory committee. They had some preparatory sessions which make it easy for new persons going into ICANN. And they also had some sessions on how to engage the community using social media. They basically had 3 tracks, which you can see represented on here. The Governmental Advisory Committee represents the governments of the world. They communicate and give advice to the ICANN board in the form of a communique. And when you read the communique, you'll be able to see everything that the governments of the world have actually advised the ICANN board on. Some of these topics include the new GTLD subsequent procedures, again, WHOIS, reviews, ATRT of ICANN, ICANN's governance, and also advice on enhancing the ICANN multi-stakeholder model. There was a backwards and forwards exchange between the GAC and the ICANN board, and there is documentation of all of the responses that the ICANN board gave to the different questions that were posed by the GAC. Now, the next two slides quickly to finish are actually slides that this CaribNOG community should be a little bit more interested in. The Root Server System Advisory Committee, and you can read the slide, but this concentrates on matters related to root servers, and we have heard a lot about root server instances with regard to IXPs, and you can see two of the topics that the Root Server System Advisory Committee is looking at. And then the final slide is another technical area of ICANN, the Security and Stability Advisory Committee, which looks at different issues and communicates through documents titled SAC with a number. And you can see on this slide two of the more recent documents that the SAC has been actually discussing and putting out, for open consumption. One thing I wanted to mention about the RSAC, the Root Server System Advisory Committee, and the SAC is there is an engagement gap as far as the Caribbean is concerned. In other words, there's nobody from the Caribbean on these two groups in ICANN. I know Mark Costas, who in theory is a Caribbean person, is on the SAC, but we need some more representation. So if you have an interest in root servers and competence in that area, and an interest in security and stability and competence in that area, you can learn a bit more about ICANN. I can provide you with some details, and you can possibly make an application to join those two groupings. This is just a slide showing the next ICANN meetings coming up. We still have fellowships, but there is some bottleneck because we have not been having face-to-face meetings. And finally, we have an ICANN 69 policy outcomes document, which I will share with Stephen, which goes into more detail in terms of some of the surface that I've scraped in this presentation, talking about what happened at ICANN 69. So Stephen, that's it for me. Hopefully I did not go much over the time, if at all. And I will gradually, gratefully yield back to people like Aaron, who can talk a little bit more about how we build our community in this part of the world. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Albert. That was pretty much good on time. Definitely agree that we need more Caribbean persons than just Mark alone in some of these communities, so some of these groups. So thanks for making that plug. I'm gonna go to Shernon Osepa now for an update from Internet Society. Shernon is the Director of Caribbean Affairs for ISOC, and is also alongside with Bevel Wooden, the two persons behind the CARPIF initiative inside of CaribNOG. So Shernon, over to you. Are you here?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. Again, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure and honor to be at CaribNOG. I think you can see my presentation, right? Let me just, yes, okay. So I'm going to focus a bit on how we have been working or focusing this year and what we will be doing next year as well. As you are aware, this year has been a challenge to all of us And one thing we have learned is that we need a bigger and even stronger internet because everybody is connected, everybody's online. So what we have been preaching for so many years, it has become true now because everybody agrees that that's the way we should go. We should continue to have a bigger and stronger internet. And basically at Internet Society, we have been focusing on that. And I would like to share with you what we have been doing in order for us to ensure that we continue on that path. So if you look at Internet Society, basically what we are doing, we are focusing on three areas, what we call three strategic goals. So the first one is everything we do in one way or the other, it should lead to how can we enhance, how can we build, make the internet bigger. The second area would be how would we promote the internet. What we're doing right now is a kind of promote the internet. And also we need to find ways how to defend the internet, especially given that you have a lot of, let me call it, bad actors online trying to destroy the internet. So you need to have organizations such as us and other colleagues here trying to defend the internet. So everything we do in one way or the other, we're focusing on to build, promote, and defend the internet. So the way how we have organized ourselves this year is to focus on eight projects. So everything we do in one way or the other, they are related, connected to these 8 projects. So I will just go through of them very quickly in order for you to get a better understanding. The first one is community networks. You may have heard me talking about community networks. If you look globally, still 51% of the globe is not connected to the internet. And we need to find, let's say, smart ways how we can get these persons connected to the internet. And one way that we can, that we have been using is the so-called community networks. When we talk about community networks, it refers to people, persons in that particular, in a given country, they come together, they know that they have a challenge that they need to solve, and then they will try to build their own infrastructure. Of course, they need to abide to, let's say, local rules and all those kind of things. So we don't want to do anything that is illegal. So we are promoting for people to build infrastructure, especially in rural and underserved areas. If you may go, for example, in the inner jungle of Guyana, where you don't have connectivity, that's exactly one of the areas where we can build community networks. So that's one of the areas that we have been focusing on. The second one is what we call measuring the internet. A lot of times we talk about the internet, but we don't have much data with respect to what is going on with the internet. So that is why we like to do a lot of studies, research. We are persuading local and regional researchers to focus more on real life examples, real life challenges, and to see how we can get more data in order for us to develop, let's say, policies that can address these challenges. So this is another area that we are focusing a lot on, measuring the internet. Another one is what we call promoting the internet way of networking. What does this mean? It's simply, we have a model that we have been using of the internet based on the TCP protocol, an open internet based on the multi-stakeholder model. We would like to continue to see that model. We don't believe in having, for example, one so-called internet only in one particular country that doesn't have any contact with, let's say, others outside of that particular country. So very high level, this is basically what we are promoting and defending, the model of the internet that we're using nowadays, because we have seen what it has done to the globe, how people can be engaged with the internet, develop all kinds of new businesses using this model of the internet. So that's another project that we're focusing on. The next one is what we call the manners. I've been talking about this at CaribNOG, I think last year as well, MANNERS stands for Mutual Agreed Norms on Internet Routing Security. If you look at the internet, basically you have two main components. You have the names, the domain names that Albert did mention, for example, but you also have the routes. If you would like to go from one infrastructure, from one network to the other, you need to use these routes. So in order to protect these routes, we have all this project called MANNERS that works with the technical community in order for all these internet routes to be secured. Another project that we're focusing a lot on is what we call the encryption. As you may know, encryption is very, very important. If you don't have your data encrypted, you're just asking for trouble, especially living nowadays where everybody is online, people trying to do all kinds of strange things. That is why we have been promoting encryption as well. So each one of these projects, we can talk a whole day on them, but I'm trying to give you a sense of what we have been and will be doing next year as well. Another project or focus that we are doing is the so-called increasing time security, especially when you are setting up a VPN. The time component is very, very important. If these internet systems are not well synchronized, not having, let's say, one particular sync time, then that can also cause troubles, because if the hacker is much faster than you, they can still hack your system. So this time security issue, globally, people haven't been focusing much on it, but it is very, very important, especially if we would like to have a more secure internet. That's the reason we have been promoting it and focusing on this as well. And another one is open standards. If you look at the internet itself, it's a standard. You have all kinds of standard bodies, but we like to promote also for people to use more open standards. So that's another whole project that we are focusing on. And this one, I think, is much more relevant to this group, fostering infrastructure and technical communities. So all, for example, IXPs fall under this category. So in addition to promoting IXPs, we have also been working with other organizations such as Google, not Google, sorry, as Facebook in this particular case. We work with Google as well, but for this particular project is more Facebook, where I think I did mention it yesterday at CaribNOG, at CarPIF. It's noon, right? So, so yes. We have an agreement with Facebook, and we also donate equipment to the community. So if you have IXPs who need that need a given equipment, we can talk about it, and we can also donate equipment. So this is very important, especially for the IXP community. We have already been donating some equipment in the Caribbean, and we like to continue to do that to make sure that we continue to have a better internet. And in addition to the 8 projects that I just did mention, one of the challenges that we have seen during the years, let's say a few years ago, there are certain areas that with the current structure of internet society, we were not able to address the challenges. For example, one of those is, for example, disaster mitigation. We know it's very important in this part of the world, Caribbean, for example. And even if you look at myself, I've been promoting, we have been working on this together with Bevel and others. But within our own organization, it was a challenge because we didn't have the structure in place to deal with it. So based on our interventions, we have seen now that Internet Society has a so-called Internet Society Foundation. And within the foundation, we are focusing on areas that normally we cannot address with the current Internet Society structure. So one of those areas is disaster mitigation, and I'm looking forward, and we also have some collaboration efforts with some organizations in the Caribbean. For example, Canto is one of those, but also we would like to do with others as well, CaribNOG and others, in order for us to focus on on disaster mitigation. The research part, as I did mention, is also one of the areas that through the foundation, we can get, let's say, some funding for our own researchers in the region also to do some research. And one of the areas, it is not well sorted out as yet exactly how we're going to do it, but we have also the innovation component there. So if you may have a very innovative solution that you think you can share with, in this particular case, with the Caribbean, you can also approach us and let's see how we can make it happen. So with the Internet Foundation, it does fund, let's say, what we call the chapter funding, the chapters that we have. We work on community capacity building, research, innovation, and as I did mention, disaster mitigation, which is very, very important to our region. So basically, these are the things that we are doing and will be doing and will be focusing going forward next year as well, if you look at Internet Society. So that's it from my end, Stephen, and if there are questions, I'll be happy to answer those as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Shernon. Again, getting a good picture of what's happening in inside of our region and what's available. Going to ask, we have an open mic session at the end of the meeting, so I'm going to ask that we hold our questions for Shernon at that point in time. Moving into, we're going to get back to part 2 of our IXP workshop, but we have one session before that, which is a network security primer, and that's going to be delivered by Mark Costas of ARIN. Mark is the CTO of ARIN and another veteran CaribNOGer. They're from the very first CaribNOG meeting and has been with us all the way, helping to develop and train inside of this community. So Mark is no stranger, and welcome back, Mark, to CaribNOG, and please jump right in.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm wondering if the host could actually allow me to screen share.
Yes, you're up.
All right, so I think you all can see that. I can certainly see it. So first of all, I want to thank you for your hospitality, even though I can't be there. It is really, really warm here in Northern Virginia, where I'm at right now. And we have some of the sort of parts of ETA actually hitting us. So we have flood watches and it's raining like crazy, and all kinds of things. It makes me feel like I'm at home.
So like you're in the Caribbean.
And I'm not sure how many other places been hit, but this is our I think our 5th remnant, hurricane remnant that's actually hit the Northern Virginia area this year. So it's been kind of a crazy year, and things are really green. We haven't had our first freeze yet, so I'm actually wearing a CaribNOG short sleeve shirt and feeling pretty comfortable. I don't have the heat on. And I'm feeling like I'm almost in the Virgin Islands there, Aaron. So anyways, it's all good. It's all good. So let's go ahead and get started. So what I'm going to talk about today is 4 things. I'm going to give a little background, a routing primer that's going to help us sort of get into our next parts and dealing with both IRR, which is Internet Routing Registry, and RPKI, which is Resource Public Key Infrastructure. And what those things are, I'll get into in a little bit. And what I finally like to do is talk about directory service statistics, because this is a big part of ARIN. So let's go ahead and let's jump in. So the internet, and many of y'all know this, but there's a few of you who might not. The internet has 2 levels of routing hierarchies within it. One is what the ISP actually controls, and they run their own IGP or Interior Gateway Routing Protocol. And it's actually something, it could be ISIS, it could be OSPF, it could even be RIP or RIP v2 within their internet infrastructure. So Aaron didn't like RIP v2. But that's a really ancient infrastructure routing protocol. But the bottom line is each ISP actually can set what routing protocols they want to use within their own infrastructure. The second part, and that gives them sort of local connectivity. So it might be island connectivity. It might be an ISP in the States that has, US regional connectivity, that sort of thing, as long as you stay within the constraints of that particular ISP. Exterior routing gateway protocol, EGP, actually it's a little bit different. And there's only one really. So there was pretenders, but there's only one successor, and that's BGP. And it is a protocol that's used to exchange routing information from ISP to ISP. So let's go and show a couple pictures of this. So here you have a local ISP, and that's the cloud out there. It's really cloudy. And you can see that how all the destinations you can connect to from that ISP, within that ISP, you set your own sort of routing guidelines, and that's the IGP. External gateway protocol, BGP in this case, is where you have all this connectivity between ISPs. All these different clouds depict different ISPs, and they exchange routing information. And this routing information is, hey, I had this network, go ahead and connect to me for this particular network through my ISP. Other ISPs, they receive that information and say, well, if I want to connect to this network, I see that I get this connectivity information from this particular ISP. And these border gateway protocols are very, very important. That's actually, like I said, it's just one, BGP. And that's what all ISPs universally talk to when they exchange routing information from ISP to ISP. And when you connect to like Facebook or Google or whatever else, you're probably, in all likelihood, you're probably going through Miami, and you're going through one or two or three ISPs to get there. And all that connectivity information is exchanged through BGP. So it's a very, very important protocol. But these interconnects, or these points where these ISPs talk together via BGP, one of the things that wasn't a part of that is there was no idea of security when it was first built. And in the early days, and I've been around for a long time, the early days, you kind of knew who all the ISPs were, and you knew who to contact and everything else. That's no longer true. So that trust factor has sort of moved, and it's moved to contracts. And these contracts may be, hey, you got to promise me you're not going to route things that aren't your networks, that sort of thing. But this group has sort of globally sort of expanded, and involves people that aren't as trustworthy. So what ISPs do is they say, well, I had this new network from this new enterprise. Let me go check to see if it's really the rightful holder of that IP addresses before I announce it. So they may look in Aaron's directory service infrastructure, which is WHOIS, and see whether or not that ISP or that network is actually held by that organization. They may do what's called a letter of authority and say, well, I am the rightful holder of the space. Here's a letter attesting to that. Or they may just say, oh, that just looks right. Well, that whole idea is ripe for fraud. There's lots and lots of fraudulent LOAs, letters of authority out there. And these are reported constantly to us in terms of all these people doing this. So what we have here is sort of a questionable sort of business practice sort of inserted into the system of trust. So information was basically incomplete at best. We have misconfigurations and nefarious events that have occurred. It's affected significant parts of the internet. At first, it was misconfigurations like YouTube being misdirected by Pakistan Telecom. More recently, it's targeted towards financial institutions. These are sort of scary events. And what's really scary about it is a significant portion of our GDP, gross national product, is actually is actually running across the internet. And since we're all working from home, it makes it even more crazy that these things are actually based on sort of the assertion of trust is really not there. In fact, the IAB, which is this sort of head body over the ITF that makes the internet standards, actually had a statement on routing that I find actually very true and very scary. And it says routing is based on rumors. So you know how rumors go, right? You tell someone that's it's slightly manipulated in the way that they tell their neighbor, and so on and so forth down the line. And it's because people have imperfect hearing. They hear what they want to hear. They don't hear what you may have said, or they only remember part of it. Who knows? But routing is very much similar to that in that things could be manipulated down the line. So what is technology? So we need to fix this, right? So we have two ways of looking at this. One is the IRR, which is older technology. It was actually introduced in the early 90s, Internet Routing Registry. And the other one is RPKI, Resource Public Key Infrastructure, which is a newer technology. And what I'm going to do now is describe what's going on with an ARIN. So the first one is IRR. So we rolled out a new Internet Routing Registry that lives beside the old Internet Routing Registry. And basically, we segmented this into two parts. The old Internet Routing Registry wasn't all that trustworthy. In fact, if you looked at it, and we did some studies on it, that it had about a 50% correctness factor built into it. So only 50% of the entries within the old routing registry were actually correct. Reasons for that, multiple. Could be I put some information in there, forgot it, it's gone on there for about 15 years, and I, things have moved on. I just never gotten back to it. It could be a whole bunch of other reasons. So what we did is we tied this information closer to our database so that you can see that only that particular holder through our ARIN IRR has authenticated objects. And what we also did, so basically that's very tightly tied now, and it wasn't before. And the ARIN non-auth stuff is stuff that was forgotten, that there's not a very good tie there, or ones that are not under contract with ARIN. So only the truly authenticated users can be in ARIN's IRR. If they're not authenticated, they're in ARIN non-auth, which is old data. As ARIN non-auth that still exists, it's frozen. No new maintainers, which are the people that can create objects, are allowed. And there's no authentication of those objects. We've put in incremental improvements since we deployed on June 10. Now what we're doing is we're tying this even more tightly with our core registry, which ties IP address allocations and autonomous system numbers and V6 allocations to various organizations. We're making sure that these things actually tie together all the way across the lifetime of that IP's set of the internet resource space. So this involves transfers and changes in the registry. So all these things will become reflected automatically in IRR as well. We're also creating a RESTful API for this, and to basically be a better system than using templates today. So right now, if you go into the legacy or the old internet routing registry that deals with non-authenticated information, you use a template-based system. The new system is either web-based or we'll have a RESTful API associated with it. And that's going to be coming out in January 2021. So here are the things that I found very surprising. And this is really cool. If you look at to the far right, you can see that, hey, when we went ahead and set this up, that we had in the old routing registry, we had 3,300 objects or maintainers at the time of the transition. And 2,200 or almost 2,250, a little bit more, 2,268 to be precise, are actually in the new ARIN authenticated registry. That's since increased by 800 new maintainers, and subsequently, the old maintainers has decreased. People are transferring. saying, hey, look, I need to be part of the IRR because Google requires it, or Amazon requires it, or someone else requires it. So ISPs are actually making this move. Oh, it's frozen. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. We can see your mouse.
Okay, you can see my mouse. Ah,
there you go.
Okay, all right. But here's the funny thing. Is the number of route objects, which is a big part of the routing registry, it's lying in parallel. So there was 46,000 that in the Aaron non-auth portion and 32,000 plus change in the Aaron auth part. And that occurred in June. And over time, they both increased by 8,000 to 9,000. And which was interesting to me because I thought we would have seen the Aaron auth actually take up and overtake the Aaron non-auth part. And I thought that was pretty fascinating. For Route 6 objects is different. Here you see that the number of Route 6 objects increased dramatically in the authenticated or Aaron portion, and basically was flatlined in the non-authenticated portion. So both increase, but dramatic improvement on numbers on the IRR for Aaron auth. So I thought that was very interesting. Don't know why, but it's there. So now let's move on over to RPKI, which is a newer way of actually validating route security information. So you have IRR, which is the older one. You have RPKI, which is a newer one. And one of the things that we did is we rolled out new HSMs because our old ones were old and no longer under support. And we actually imported these things from Canada. And encryption's fun, and had to have go through various hoops to actually get this stuff actually shipped down to Virginia. And it was interesting, but we actually made it happen, especially in this time of COVID. One of the things that we did is we simplified our very complicated HSM interface, the hardware security module, which is essentially a card within a computer. And we simplified the interface and removed some architectural limits that were caused. So we, for example, we had a restriction in number of rows that could be deleted at any one time. Restricted the number of manifests, which is a concept that makes sure that nothing has been tampered with in flight in terms of the content of the RPKI system. We still have some limits, but these things are being upping over time. So for example, if you want to delete more than 20,000 rows at one time, you should probably contact Lisa in registration services before you go ahead and do that. Right now, no particular org has more than 6,000 rows, so we don't see this as an issue, but and we're obviously going to be upping the limit over time. So the initial rollout was smooth. We tested against 2 validators, RIPES and NLNet Labs, and it was green. We went ahead and deployed, and within an hour of our deployment, 2 validators that we did not test against actually went red. Fort and OpenBSD client. With the OpenBSD folks, we dissected the various encodings and found the errors. This stuff is really, really complicated. We had, it was amazing that we were able to find this with the OpenBSD team. We'd like to thank the OpenBSD team for helping us find this error. It was fixed within 24 hours and we went on. So the validators that were with RIPES validator and NLNet Labs routinator always worked. Those with Fort and OpenBSD client, those did not within a 24-hour period, but we went ahead and fixed it. What the saving grace in this is that RPKI fails open if there's issues. And there was obviously an issue. So we found out through this process, because we thought that validators are essentially the same, is that there have many ways of interpreting these crypto objects. And since this is a new technology from the Internet Engineering Task Force, ITF, standards body, we brought this to the ITF, and there's a significant discussion on how to handle these errors. Whether or not you say, well, that wasn't quite right, but we're going to allow this to occur anyhow, or we need to make sure every T is crossed and every I dotted before we allow it to go on. There's no real conclusion within the ITF on the way forward, but that's just how it is. So one of the things that we've learned is that we have to do more validators testing, but beyond RIPE and NLNet labs. And we will have a list of validators that we tested against on the ARIN website, and we will have our monitoring expanded to include multiple validators as well to make sure that we're robust within the community. Here you can see our RPKI statistics. And if you look at the difference between over time, you can see that the number of orgs has increased some, but it's significantly increased over the last year, is doubled. The number of ROAs has tripled, and the number of covered resources has gone up dramatically as well. The other part that's interesting is the people that are using delegated has gone up from 1, which wasn't really 1 because they never finished the second step of it. The process is a 2-step process. It went from 1 to 8 to 9. And that's because there's finally some good, easier to use software to use actually work with delegated. It's a fairly complicated system, and if you're really going into this for the first time, I encourage you to use hosted. Just makes it much easier. In that way, you can get yourself into how you want to deal with things. And if you decide you wanted to host this stuff yourself, you can actually start looking at it at that point in time. But at least getting out the door, it's much easier to use a hosted where we do the heavy lifting for you. So what I want to do now is sort of pivot some to our directory services. And these directory services are WHOIS RWS, which is a RESTful interface to WHOIS, and RDAP, which is an IETF protocol standard on actually getting WHOIS-like queries. Much time is spent on these systems by our staff, and this is the largest use of our compute resources too. And you can see why. If you look here, you can see that our WHOIS traffic has increased. We've actually had higher peaks, average queries per second average now than we ever did before. And this anomaly that we had in 2010 was because of some social networks who actually hooked us in somehow as part of their authentication. They realized their error, they took it out. It was a short blip. It was pretty crazy actually trying to scale up to those numbers, but that's since gone down. The other number is WHOIS RWS. You can see that it kind of goes up and down as well. And also there's influences on traffic. We spent a lot of time actually dealing with bad actors in this space. There are either bots or something else going out there where they actually try to actually query for us on V4 space, going one particular host IP address at a time. 192.168.1.1, 192.168.1.2, and so on and so on and so on. Really crazy, and they hit us from all over the place, and it influences our query rate. So it's something that we have to combat on a constant basis. All days and times of day and nights, whether it be during the daytime in the States, nighttime in the States, over the weekends, etc. It's indeterminate when that occurs. Here you have our RDAP statistics. V4 is obviously the predominant share. V6, there's just like 6% of the traffic, which is pretty flatline, but it gives you an idea of what we see per second on RDAP. The earlier stuff you see in 2016 was essentially an abuser that we actually tamped down, and that has gone away. So why do we have such an increased use? Why are people doing this? Some people actually legitimately need this data and need it in real time. There's other cases where we see malicious bots, or in other cases, we see recipes using cloud services to harvest ARIN WHOIS data. You can use AWS, Aaron Web Services for it, or some other cloud provider. So we spent a lot of time tuning our systems to deal with the increased load. We did a lot of code efficiency, OS tuning, and increased use of tar pitting, which we say you can only query us at a certain rate, and anything of that goes into a penalty box. If you go below that rate, then we'll answer those queries. If we keep on going, those queries that you put out that are above that rate actually time out after a period of time. And so one of the things I'll just sort of end that is I used to work at VeriSign and used to take care of ComNet and at one point in work. And the query rates that we're seeing in Whois here at Aaron are at or above what the ComNet and org registry see, and definitely double or triple which our sister regional registries see. So anyways, I just want to bring this to your attention, and at this point, I'll take any questions. And I'll stop sharing my screen, unless.
No, you can stop sharing, Mark. Thank you very much. Well, I suggest, I think we will have some questions on that RPKI. I suggest we handle those in the open mic session at the end.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Mark. That was very informative, giving us a peek into what's going on in the back of the RPKI world.
You're welcome.
Excellent. All right, we are going to now go back to our part 2 with Aaron on the IXP workshop. Thing where we had stopped, we had started to look at the issues of selecting a location as part of the whole development of a template or set of real world steps that we can do. So let me turn it back over to you, Aaron, to take us the rest of the way. Thank you.
Right. See if I can properly get this into full screen mode this time. Oops. Am I up in full screen mode?
Yes, looking good.
Excellent. Okay, so we left off at site selection. The last point on here I didn't quite get to, which is government-sponsored options. Obviously, there's no hurt in speaking to your local government organizations about helping sponsor an IXP, particularly if it's promoting local jobs in technology or university programs, hackathons, and hosting content locally. I think that governments would see the benefit of sponsoring these kind of things, and I think that's another thing that we should work on, templatizing, or to like help write the justification for each of you to use in your respective locations. All right, I'm going to pick up the pace quite a bit since it's a bit short. So, whoops, power. Power is fun in the Caribbean. There are lots of options for power, but I don't know a single person anywhere in the Caribbean who's ever said their power is stable and clean. So you can certainly look at options that are green, building solar, wind, battery, etc. But you really, at a minimum, need to understand your generation sources for your power company. Do you have fluctuating voltage, frequency? Is it clean? Do you need to clean it? Expect the mean time between failure of your UPSs to be shorter than anywhere else. They obviously take a lot more hits, and your batteries will need to be conditioned more regularly than the recommended time. Backup generators you should know about. Are they N+1? What are the fuel sources? How big is the tank size? For natural disaster planning, are they on a critical infrastructure list? When to get filled? Are they above ground, below ground, susceptible to flooding, etc.? You should know. You should go in asking yourself, how long do I need to survive on my own? Right? If everything else is down, how long does this IXP and surrounding services need to be up with what we have available in the building for supported service? You should be asking or knowing, are the service lines between the generation source, the power plant, and the data center or the site selection, are they buried? Are they on poles? Are those poles made of wood or fiberglass? You've all experienced plenty of hurricanes and know that that when sustainability unfolds is pretty crazy. And how long does it the power company to get back out there and respond to those events, particularly in times of critical need? Also, you should be asking what it takes to get the building certified as critical infrastructure, such that the repair events are prioritized for that particular infrastructure. Because keeping in mind, again, if you do this well, then that IXP will become critical infrastructure. So on to the basic nuts and bolts of the hardware. Obviously, to build an IXP, you're going to need some kind of Ethernet switch, a device providing a flat layer 2 network. It needs to have a backplane capacity sufficient to handle the aggregate traffic of all the ports with oversubscription. And to start, you can do this, one switch will work. While that is, again, a single point of failure, you can do it with one, but preferably two. You need to make the decision as if the two switches are going to be on a single VLAN, in other words, a shared stack, and using ports across that as redundancy, or if you're building them as two physically separate switches with two physically separate VLANs. In other words, a member would join with preferably two routers from two distinct ports, turn up individual sessions on each of the switches, or have redundant ports in connecting to the same VLAN and turn up the session across a lag or some kind of redundant connection. Certainly recommend redundant power supplies for your switches. Redundancy in the CPUs and forwarding cards is always good. So if something goes bad, it's not an emergency. You're not all the way down. You just replace the card that's gone bad. We all know on the islands, it takes a long time for parts to get in. So, be aware of where you would procure those things, what replacement time looks like. Understand whether you have to use a freight forwarder or not for that gear, or if it can just come in. As the IXP grows, you may need to extend this topology. So there's all kinds of standards, and I've got reference links at the end of this deck, by the way, for some of these standards. You could expand into a star or a ring configuration, or look at a second or third location if you're expanding to that kind of growth. You'll also need a hardware for a route server. I mean, these are optional, but generally speaking, these days it's kind of a requirement. It's an expectation as an IXP provider that you have a route server, and that needs to support both IPv4 and IPv6, as well as both 16 and 32-bit ASNs. And then there's hardware additions, and a few of these things have been mentioned through other presentations. You can attract participants in a lot of ways, and a few examples would be root server infrastructure. I know both PCH and RACES have been mentioned. Certainly others depend on what your users are using. Local TLDs have also been mentioned. And I put in local who is here because it's kind of funny, like as an example, our local TLD is .vi. And when I went to query a .vi domain, I found out there was no whois server. I actually had to go to a website and query a whois on there and call a human to request a domain name, which I thought was unheard of. But this is the Korean, so things like this can happen. NTP sources are also an attractive resource for participants. If you can get one or two NTP sources, a cesium clock if you can do it to get them stratum 0. Mentioned by another presentation today, NTP sources are absolutely critical. And if you have them on island, that's a great resource to have. If you're thinking about, island isolation and reducing latency, caches are a great option. Do you want caches? If yes, which ones? What does your community use? Is it Facebook, Google, Akamai, Cloudflare? Caches will make that content get to you faster, reduce the cost of your transits, obviously make the user experience much better, and be a significant feature for attraction to come peer at your internet exchange, whether they're utilizing other peers on the IX or not. Supporting software. This is the stuff that people always forget about. You need to have a website, and preferably local. On that site, you're going to need your connection policies, your pricing, a publicly available website with infrastructure and the redundancy measures implemented. You want to be as transparent as you can about your IXP setup. Contact information, your NOC telephone number, even if that's an individual cell phone, an email address to get to, clear transparency about your access hours. When is support available? I don't mean necessarily physical access, although that's useful information as well. A participant list, those who want to be listed and their ASNs on that site. A looking glass, so people can actually look at the routing table on your infrastructure. Maybe an intranet. Statistics about what's going on your IXP, so port traffic, total peering traffic, peering matrices. And then of course, some management platform. You can roll your own if you feel like writing your own code for a customer portal and administration for your IX, or you can use an open source tool called IXP Manager, which is the most heavily developed IXP manager that I know of out there, and a solid platform that comes with built-in administration for your participants and a customer portal for them to log in and use. As of the writing of this yesterday, there were 105 IXPs using that tool, so it certainly attests to its quality. You'll need to keep your peering DB record up to date, both about the facility you're in, if they're not already doing, and your internet exchange information about the IX, its capacity, its prefix information, its locations, the number of peers. Encourage your participants to keep that information up as well. The better that you do with that, the more attractive your site's going to be. A number of resources we've touched on from both LACNIC and Aaron presentations, but didn't quite cover IXP specific needs. You will, as an IXP itself, need an allocation for the peering VLAN, so a 24 and a 64 carved out of that. And there are allocations, at least in both Aaron and LACNIC, for critical infrastructure, and there still is V4 space left in both. For the supporting services, like all the stuff I just mentioned, if you're in the Aaron region in the Caribbean, you can actually double dip on 24s, right? One for critical infrastructure and the other for transitioning purposes for V6. So you'll be able to get two unique /24s under two different policies and the supporting V6 space. If you're in the LACNIC region of the Caribbean, I do not believe there's a transition space left, only critical infrastructure. So you'll either have to go V6 only or get V4 resources from some other transfer market. And certainly, LACNIC, correct me if I'm wrong, and Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong on the double dipping, but I'm pretty sure that's right. You'll need an IXP ASN for your own monitoring, remote access, website, email services, reverse DNS, route servers, etc. Your out-of-band access, and of course, from the member's perspective, number resource-wise, each IXP member will have to have an ASN from an RIR, LIR, and of course a set of prefixes, one or more, that they're going to be announcing on the exchange. I can't take the next slide. Sorry, something happened here. Okay. Operations. Even if you're a starting IXP, you're expected to have some sort of NOC, whether that is you or hiring locals or outsourcing. You've got to maintain the hardware. Someone's got to be the face of customer support. You can certainly outsource those services or hire locally. Obviously, if you're again looking to show a reason for funding, hiring locally is always a great way to show this is going to create jobs, even if it's just a few. Managing an IXP is certainly a function. You can't just put this up and forget about it. Monitoring is important. You're creating critical infrastructure. So you have both internal monitoring. You need an NMS looking at the infrastructure that supports the IXP, all of those services that are inside of that IXP rack or multiple racks, and external NMS to make sure that your internal NMS is actually working. I see this many times where people put in network monitoring infrastructure and then they forget to monitor the monitor. And there are a lot of services out there that are even free just for hiring or monitoring, one or a few number of objects to let a group of people like your NOC know that everything is working properly. Generally speaking, you want a separate VLAN for monitoring, so that the infrastructure has a DMZ, and that's unreachable to the global internet for things like SNMP, flow sampling, etc. Anything you're going to be doing internally. And if you grow large enough to have workstations for an operations center, you're going to want to separate a VLAN for workstations for monitoring management. And that's such that if you get an attack on workstations, it's not going to bleed in to affect your actual monitoring infrastructure as well. You'll also need some flavor of bastion host or VPN or firewall, some way to get in for maintenance and upgrades. There are lots of ways to do this, but remember that you're going to need access to that, and that piece is going to be routed, whereas your prefixes on the IXP itself are not. And that, by that I mean announced to the global internet. And that falls into out-of-band access. Whether you're just doing regular maintenance or something has gone horribly wrong, you're going to want to have access to the devices. So hopefully you can get a small chunk of space from an alternate network in the facility, or remote console access, or IPsec tunnel, or even dial-up, or mobile. There's all kinds of ways to get remote access these days. Generally speaking, you'll have a couple of different VLANs. The member peering VLAN is obviously your most important in this scenario. You're going to want to have, this is primarily, there are other ways to implement this, but the most common one is a shared multicast, unicast, IPv6 and IPv4 VLAN for exchange traffic. And most of these apply to both the members and the actual IXP. You're going to want to limit the ether types to just IPv4, IPv6, and ARP. Members are going to want to disable spanning tree, proxy ARP, and other discovery protocols like CDP, LLDP, etc. Disable RAs. You don't want any RAs for IPv6 on your peers. It's a good idea to do MAC address locking. So once you know the MAC address of the peer, you lock the IP you've allocated to them to the MAC. You should request that your members have some flavor of storm control for broadcast and multicast. And it's becoming more and more common that when you set up an IXP, you have a quarantine VLAN for your members to turn up on initially, so that you can test to make sure that they've followed these guidelines before you put them on the production peering VLAN. Just a reminder, right? Island time. You need to have a flexible plan. Expect that everything is going to take longer than you would prefer it does, whether that's getting physical resources in and out of the facility. Right now, in particular, as we know with COVID, it's tough to get people in places. Have your rack and power delivery on time. X-Connect, cross connects can have timing related issues. Getting a meet me room agreement done with that facility, even figuring out what your contract language should be for that particular facility might be interesting, or finding appropriate counsel to get that contract language put together. Whether that's in a non-neutral place, trying to get neutral like language set up for encouraging peers to use the exchange, or as an example, a set price for peer cross connects, which could be $0, by the way, but it's something that you're going to want to get in as contract language if you're not the facility owner. Understanding your hardware delivery, I mentioned earlier, really important to know how much time it takes to get things in, and expect that as you go through the setup, you're going to run into bugs. We all know that when hardware gets shipped down to the islands, they get kicked around and banged. Your boxes come broken and torn, and sometimes your equipment arrives dead. So expect that you may have an RMA. Expect that the testing process may take longer than you expect it to. Things will go wrong, and that's okay. So growing the exchange, obviously, as part of that community outreach and already talk to people, you're going to have some initial peers in mind to see the exchange. But who else should you be reaching out to? And one of the questions that we got earlier was, how do you increase revenue inside of a facility? Well, your prospects are everybody. right? You've got the ISPs on your island. If you've got more than one, you definitely want to have those people, those organizations exchanging traffic so that we're not U-turning in other places. Mobile providers is a much more challenging conversation, but it's worth the conversation. If they're small mobile providers, then your IP tunnels already terminate on island. So figuring out how to get them to the IXP is a great thing. If there are larger players like the AT&Ts, T-Mobile, Sprint, et cetera, of the world, Verizon, it's a little bit harder of a conversation, but it's starting to happen, right? Like, for example, in the USVI, I see AT&T is now starting to terminate IP on island and building local fiber termination here, which is instead of backhauling off the island. I think they're preparing to sell it to another provider, but it's a conversation absolutely worth having. What is required to make phone calls from network to network and actually get that transfer happen without leaving the island? Enterprise hosting services also briefly would be, lovely to have infrastructure in place, whether that's another org or you do it yourself, to have the ability to host content on island. Enterprises that are, sorry about the typo there, enterprises desiring high availability. So I've got some more detail about this later. Government services you may want to reach out to, how do you keep things like, say, SMS gateways and text emergency alerts on island so that they're getting to you with as much reliability as possible when natural disasters are occurring. Educational services, absolutely critical right now, right? Particularly with homeschooling, content like NREN. I'm not sure what it is for all of the Caribbean, but obviously students have tests, PowerPoints, educational content that should be cached or as local as possible. So reach out to your local universities and primary schools to figure out what they're using and where those providers are now. How am I on time? I know I'm up at the 1 o'clock window here.
Well, hey, Aaron, yeah, we have up to 1:15.
Okay.
At which point I want to get into Q&A.
Okay, perfect. Then I'll keep on pace.
Okay.
So enterprise considerations. It's important to remember that if you're trying to attract an enterprise, that they're going to need an ASN and IP space. So it's not just converting from their existing, multiple providers that are probably doing NAT and some flavor of backup gateway that's switching them, but they're actually going to need an ASN and some IP space. So when you're having that conversation, make sure that that's top of mind, that there's going to be an educational aspect of it, of bringing enterprises into the exchange. Interaction with potential peers at a given exchange. This is all education for enterprises that they're going to need to monitor, they're going to need to interact. There is some cost to it, right? Cross connects, ports, tail circuits, staff, training, etc. End user / corporation independence. This is something I just briefly mentioned. Frequently use NATs, a couple of providers. They're going to need to go through this process of creating an org ID, applying an ASN, applying for IP space, announce and test, renumber services. And of course, then they have the freedom to choose, right? This is one of those things that when you're having that dialogue, you can say, look, you're no longer locked to a particular ISP. So once you do that renumber and you have your own ASN, you're connected to not only an IX, but you're really now freedom to choose which ISPs you connect to and how you interconnect on the island and off. Another thing I thought about when we were talking about templates, I really don't know the whole of the Caribbean infrastructure. Obviously, legal system is different everywhere, but I think it would be nice to work on a legal framework template so that we have a rough peering agreement, a rough set of documents for how you register an organization, a rough set of descriptions of services, and a framework for working with existing co-location providers on how you draw up that agreement, whether it's in contract language or it's just here's a framework for how you convert this contract language. Service providers obviously are a great target to attract, right? You connect as many places as you can as possible, reduce that latency, which is also going to increase traffic and increase the end user experience. and identify single points of failures to discuss ways to overcome them or reroute them under various scenarios, whether you get fiber cuts on island or undersea cable cuts, north-south, east-west. Have the conversations about what if the data center is without power or flooded or unavailable. This is how you create resiliency within your community: is connect to on IX or multiple IXs. Have paths around them. Just remember that as an IXP operator, you're one of the things adding to the resiliency of everybody else as well. So what's next? You want to walk away from here engaging with each other, in rooms like this, because unfortunately we can't go out for barbecue and beers. We've got to figure out how to have regular engagements, hosting peering events, resiliency events in your region. So it doesn't have to just be the whole Caribbean, right? You can go identify the people inside of your island or group of islands or country, find the right people and invite them to have a peering conversation, even before you get things going. But once you've got things going, regular engagement is important to keep it growing and make sure you're meeting needs to keep that value of the IX up. Absolutely engaging with emergency services to identify needs. And those are going to be different everywhere, right? It could be those text messages, alerts that go out and pushes, via SMS gateways, could be small micro websites people need to be able to look at, even hosting things with like emergency numbers, or as simple as, say, a repository on island of what services are up and running, right? What restaurants are open and closed? What grocery stores are up and down? Information that is really important to local users of the island, whether there's connectivity available off island or not. It's a good conversation to have that with your government and your emergency services to say, what can we do to help you when things are at their worst? Getting people to use local DNS and NTP servers, right? Once you set this stuff up, how do you get people to actually use them? Yesterday, there was an example of a cache for Cloudflare where they were using Quad 9 and having to have conversations with people about promotion to switch from, in his example, Quad 8 to Quad 9 because of the reduced latency and the local availability. So once you set this up, it's not just over. You have to interact with people to drive them to actually utilize the service. Hey, guess what, guys? ntpool.sd.vi is available now, and this will increase your resiliency, availability, and reduce latency. You're going to want to talk to subject matter experts, people around the world about their experiences, nonprofits. Obviously, we're talking to people already at PCH. You're supporting regional internet registries, Aaron Lacknick, existing internet exchanges. And there's no harm in asking for donated services and gear. There are plenty of times when you get started and you just have run out of your seed money and you're just collecting, sort of break even recoup costs from your members. And you realize, oh, well, I really could use some, ports being upgraded in capacity, or an additional switch, or, a couple of one-use servers. Ask for donated gear or services. There's nothing wrong with utilizing used gear. Talk to the data center operators about donating power, space for neutral IXs and switches. If you're setting up a service that's good for your island, your community, it's very likely that a local data center is really willing to either give you a massive discount or donate the space to you. This is just for reading later. These are some external resources for best current operational practices on setting up an IXP. There's an ITU reference in there. There's a link to the Open IX standard on what qualifies you as an ANSI accredited OIX1 IXP. And I think I've banged this out. Perfect timing for a few minutes for questions. I laid out a bunch of questions in here, but really I think this is, again, the start of a conversation. I'd love to keep it going. Figure out how to start having the, get to the answers of some open-ended questions, particularly about community and connecting people and having those regular touches and starting to define those templates and put them somewhere. And with that, I'll open it to questions.
Great. Thanks, Aaron. Let's see if we have any questions coming back. Just to kind of get the ball rolling. Aaron, just wanted to. This is something that I've been kind of mulling over. What would you say? And this is going off of not just what you presented here, but you mentioned that you have started a few exchanges yourself, so you have some experience in the space. You know, if someone is interested or a team is interested in starting an exchange, or let's say hosting or some of the services around an exchange, we hear those stories about the broom closets, starting in the broom closets and so on. So we know that there's a place in which you can start with a bare minimum. What's your sense of what the bare minimum really looks like? We say, the core of an exchange is just a switch, right? If I bring a switch to some location that two of us can meet, am I gonna have something, or are there some hidden things that I'm not thinking about there? There's a switch. We could get some ubiquitous switches, and there are MikroTik routers and so on. There's some equipment that I might be able to afford, but at the same time, should I be really, if I'm serious about this, and maybe it depends on the size, really, if I'm serious about this, should I be trying to get some off-lease Cisco or Juniper equipment, because that's really what it takes to push a lot of traffic through. Just want to get your sense of what does an accessible starting point really look like practically.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting way of looking at it. Every success, no matter how small, is going to be beneficial to the community. So if you have an inexpensive old used switch and inexpensive MikroTik routers, as you mentioned, why not? Sure, get people to connect. Let them know, obviously this is a single point of failure, but try it out to realize the benefit. Watch your latency reduce. Watch your performance get better. Realize that there's a benefit. And as soon as they see that for themselves, it's much easier to have the conversation to say, look, we realize this has got a lot of single points of failure, but we can already see the benefit. Now let's go back up to our CFOs or whoever's planning the budget for the next year or next quarter and say, hey, look, let's dog ear some money to upgrade this infrastructure. We've already seen the benefits, and we'd like to see this now more resilient than how we started. So there's nothing wrong with a proof of concept.
Stephen, thanks, Aaron. Just to inject some of the feedback that we would have been getting over some of the IX deploys in the region, the point of convincing is actually seldom around the technical benefits of peering or interconnecting. For example, when it comes to the major providers or the incumbent operators, they would typically have some form of peering going on between themselves. The real challenge comes with creating a facility that allows others or anyone or everyone to peer. And the decisions or the conversations typically go along lines like this. If we had to do this, we'd need the best switch that we can get. And the best switch that we can get probably starts no less than 25,000 US, for example. How are we going to raise 25,000 US? And then the debate starts there. And the battle and the extended conversation and the unresolved issues all get hinged on that start point. So what kind of suggestion, recommendation, or insight might you have to allow for a reasonable set of specifications for a reasonable start point that will allow engineers to feel comfortable that it's worth their while dropping the other many important things that they're doing, not to experiment with the potential of seeing if shorter paths equal faster, lower latency circuits, but if we're going to do this IXP thing, what's the best way for us to get going?
Well, I think there's two very different parallel answers to that question, right? One, I think we're about to answer as a community, which is let's try it somewhere and prove the model, right? We allocate some funding, we go through this process, we document everything we've done, we document performance changes, we document business economy stimulation, job growth, what that investment did and what the return was for it, so that everybody has something to point at in the Caribbean to say, hey, look, this is what CaribNOG and CaribPIF did together with a small grants in a community, and now we want to repeat it everywhere in the Caribbean, right? That's one path, which is going to be great. There's the justification, black and white. The other that you just mentioned, I think it's appropriate for people to watch a presentation I think Remco van Mook did on how to build an IXP for under $1,000. And it really was about using very generic hardware. You can use refurbished hardware, but sort of the minimum set of infrastructure you need for resiliency in an IXP to get there. And it's not about suggesting that your budget is $1,000. It's suggesting what you can do with what's available out there if you have very little resources to do it. And if the answer is, here's what one kit costs kind of at a minimum, and what it would look to have redundancy might be double that, still you're only talking about a few $1,000s. And there's an upgrade path from that to go from small, I've tried it, I've proved the model, to medium and scale to high availability. Don't be afraid of it. There's always going to be a benefit, right? If it goes down while you're trying this, while you're proving the model, you're going to fall back to existing known traffic patterns. You're going to fall back to slightly more latency. You're going to fall back to slightly more cost on your transit, et cetera. But you should see that benefit immediately and be able to then justify budgets to support that effort going forward.
All right. Thanks for that, Aaron. I see, I know Etienne Sharp from Belize just joined. I know he had wanted to interject and add some ask questions or add some commentary. Etienne is one of the engineers who are helping to operate the Belize Internet Exchange. So Etienne, I don't know if you're able to unmute. If not, we'll move on for now.
You'll be on.
Hello. Hi, gentlemen. Morning. Hi. Sorry, I just got back from doing my civil duties. Elections going on in Belize today, but yes, I've been listening online. Listen, everything Bevel has said and everything Aaron has said happened in Belize. We took ages to actually get around to even the idea, the location. I was listening to the stories about location yesterday, and it really comes down to crossing that tipping point, because we had switches we could get from PCH, from various providers. But I think the thing that pushed it over the top for all of us really was to really push home and understand the value of it. And we still haven't fully really, because we are still trying to put together the funding that we were hoped by now, but obviously because of COVID, things have gotten even worse, to be able to have the infrastructure to attract, like Bevel said, to attract, and not even so much the CDNs, but to attract different content providers to actually come to the IX, invite them to actually join the IX and participate. It's that infrastructure hurdle where it's easy to get the first bits and we see the initial value in terms of the latency, of the obviously you see traffic, but it's to get them vested enough to be able to invest the extra money to essentially create a micro data center, which is really what you need these days to actually go ahead and push ahead and attract all the different CDNs that we spoke of yesterday. One of the big takeaways for me yesterday was from Brent, was with respect to after getting over that hurdle of how to attract the different people to be able to come to places like Belize, Grenada. It's even smaller. Grenada, I think, is always the perfect example, because Grenada is so small compared to some of the other jurisdictions like Trinidad, Barbados, Belize, Jamaica. That I always love telling their story, because if they can do it, then pretty much anybody can do it. And I know they had people always say, well, they have a unique situation, but we had a combination. Everything people said yesterday worked for us, because Bevel was the first to tell you that without PUC and our friends Kimano Barra and John Avery, they really supported us 110%, and that was how we were be able to swing the sort of government looking at it at less than something to play with and more like a serious addition to the infrastructure of Belize, which it is today. I can tell you now that it's been invaluable in terms of online schooling, the amount of traffic that we've seen increase because of online schooling, and now we have some content, a lot of content being created because people are locked up. You have DJs online, you have entire concerts being done online, and that we are, it's a very unique situation, and I hate to say it, but I believe that all of us can take advantage of the COVID factor, like I say, because we can really push home and justify why IX, why the IX. So in a crazy roundabout way, that COVID's been a good thing for IX. I been a bad thing for our health, but it's been really good for IXs in terms of hammering home to the people who weren't convinced yet that this was the way to go. There are certainly, no, it's even during this time, it's easier for me to go to the participants of the IX and try to raise funds to take us to that level of being considered a micro data center, to then be able to then push forward with all the other bits and pieces we need to do. As many of us, smaller providers especially, are still in survival mode. You know, the incumbents will always have enough fact to win the time. It's some of the smaller providers that I really worry about in terms of the IX and moving forward.
Thanks, Etienne. That's good insight into what's happening in Belize. And I think that aspect of everything domestic being dependent on IX during the lockdown is a good point that we can leverage during this period of time. It's going to be like this for the next period of time. You mentioned, Etienne mentioned about caching providers, and I do have a question here for you, Aaron, coming out of the CaribNOG chat here, just about requirements for attracting cache services to the IX. Again, looking at some of the smaller operations that you have been involved in or look at, was a content caching part of the strategy of getting them in, or did you just focus on members peering?
So that's a great question. It used to be that all of these providers had their own proprietary caching systems and delivered their own hardware. It was a significant expense, so they'd really evaluate, do flow analysis, determine whether or not they were going to benefit from delivering caches to kind of help seed your internet exchange just by looking at the potential. So it was a lot of convincing a provider of that size to say, hey, no, really, we are important. We need a cache. These days, there are smaller, less expensive options that get delivered. So the risk is less for the content provider. And a lot of them also have virtualization packages that you can put on alternate infrastructure. So they'll just send you an OVF or a VM of some kind to say, oh, go ahead and install it, right? You can install it yourself, and then they'll be able to actually see the live growth. And as it grows, they can put in a larger cache with you as you see that growth happening. So it's an absolute necessity to have a good justification for people to come to your internet exchange. And those caches are huge value add. And those are conversations you should have, but they're a lot less hard to overcome those hurdles today than they used to be. And of course, those providers want the performance to be better for people in the Caribbean, or anywhere on the planet for that matter. But performance for live video streaming is not that great here, right? We all experience things coming over caches, live video these days on demand, and nobody wants to wait, but we sure do a lot of it, and we sure do get a lot of buffering and a lot of, oh, I guess it's time to go refresh my beverage and wait for this to catch up and start playing again. So we'll see that immediate feedback, and I think that's a no-brainer, right? Those are easy conversations to have. I also, by the way, see that Jerry George has been sitting in Q&A for a while
Yeah.
here.
Well, do you want to let me read that one and ask you to take that? On a typical island model where you want to address geographical resilience, we might have two IXs. And what would be the best way of linking the two IXs? Would there be specific benefits for direct IX to IX connectivity? I can mention that there's that's the case right now in Trinidad. There's an internet exchange at the north of the island, and there's one south. Belize is also considering a second IX in Belmopan, which is a ways away from Belize City. So
Actually, let me just pipe in there and Stephen, give you a little bit of update on that. I know Kevin had been instrumental in helping us get the government of Belize getting their resources. Now they already have those, and the sort of buy-in for them. They are willing to give us half of one rack. Bearing in mind they have a data center, again a micro data center that was built for them by the Taiwanese that has 6 racks. But yes, exactly that. The challenge right now is to see how we economically connect the two IXs. But it will happen. It's not a matter of if, because the will is there. So right now the hurdle is exactly that. Is how do we connect the two IXs? Because we do have players in the West that would love to reach IX but not been able to. That would be able to if we had that connection in Belmopan.
So I'd actually add to that just a little bit. I would answer, it depends. If you're going for geographical multiple IXs, because providers are already at 2 locations, then you don't need to link them, right? That the resiliency addition is to have them actually not linked. If you're looking at another location because there's another point on island where other service providers are already in aggregate, in other words, 2 diverse centralized points, then connecting them is essential. In which case, again, it's always going to depend on the island, on the government. The desired outcome would be, in the north-south situation, trench on the east and the west side of the island and leave junction boxes along the way in some neutral conduit that you run fiber through and promote other providers to utilize that neutral conduit to, say, for example, implement 5G, increase your mobile capacity, increase your WISP providers' capacities. Then you have to look at your island infrastructure and say, hey, how do we get this on the government's budget for putting in some conduit for lots of different resource benefits, one of which being increasing this internet exchange's functionality and value.
So it sounds as if you're saying there, Aaron, just to clarify that the probably we don't want the internet exchange to be having a direct cost for linking this one to this one, the east and west, but allow other stakeholders who have an interest to pay for that backhaul.
Well, there's a
Something like
blend,
that.
right? You're going to need waves, preferably an east-west wave, redundant connection set. And you don't want to bear the cost of boring the ground, tearing up the ground, put in all the conduit, put in the junction boxes. And there is added value for every island on having good open conduit with lots of junction boxes. So all I mean to say is, look for, again, community support, then to go to your governor or equivalent of a governor to say, look, in next year's budget, we need to see this trenching. And here's the long-term value add for all of these businesses, for all of our critical communication infrastructure, for residential broadband, for residential WISP providing, for emergency services, et cetera, et cetera. And then you're just paying for a color on a wave, right? Instead of that huge capital expenditure that would go into just connecting 2 switches.
All right, thanks. Looking at questions here, a follow-up question from Jerry and another one from Robert Warner, which kind of will take together. And it's talking about the
Stephen, if and this and Jerry as well too. If possible, Jerry, you can actually speak into the meeting. We'd love to hear your voice. It's been a while, so if you're in a position to actually turn on your mic and actually pose the question directly, and any follow-on questions, I really appreciate that.
okay, and we have Jerry coming over.
Same thing for Jai and Elford, and these are guys who are either actually actively involved in setting up exchange points or leading or coordinating the process toward getting it done in their jurisdiction. So, gentlemen, please feel free to pose your questions and to also share your perspectives on how you see things playing out over the coming period of time. It's a really important conversation for us, and so we really want the entire community to have a say and stake in what's happening going forward.
Hi. Yes, I think Aaron had started discussing that issue in terms of, and following up from Beville's point, in terms of the minimum requirements for establishing an IXP. What would be the minimum level of a switch, for example? What type of routers, what type of equipments would need to be provided by the facility as opposed to what is brought in by the actual service providers?
Well, I mean, again, that answer is always, it depends, right? As long as the switch is not congested and the CPU is not pegged or that's not out of memory, it's going to create benefit. So minimum is a really tough word, right? So minimum is the maximum capacity that you expect to have function on that switch. Now, if we use some basic logic, there are some pretty inexpensive switches that can do that, right? Like, say, for example, you could get a gray market or a used Cisco 3860 or 3870, something like that. It's just a 24 port gig switch, or a 4948, which has got 48 gig ports and a few 10 gig ports. Those are, basically end of life switches that you can get on the gray market for a few $100s, but they're like horses. They're like an old car or a Jeep. They just keep passing packets, and you can put a bullet in them. They're going to just keep running. So there are definitely inexpensive options to start. Now, if you see that thing starting to do, sustained 800 megs of traffic, you've already got justification to be asking for money to get a new switch, because they're clearly a benefit. And of course, right around there is where your performance is going to drop off. So, I mean, the short answer is kind of monitor and react, right? You can try inexpensive stuff, but make sure it supports SNMP so that you can see what's going on, understand its memory load, its CPU load, and the port traffic that's going through the box. But it doesn't have to be a great thing. It just has to function. It just has to pass the packets.
So I'll interject here, and I'll speak on behalf of one of the unnamed IX coordinators. And one of the debate points, for example, is there's such a desire to get the incumbent operators on board that there's a sense of a minimum switch capacity that they believe would be required to make a convincing argument to get an incumbent operator on board, or a sense of a minimum switch capacity that will allow for certain kinds or types of local applications to be run. And as I said, once those discussions begin, a ground floor or threshold is set under which no conversation would even be deemed relevant. So I really want us to get to a point where we can toss around some models and some names to say what kind or class of switch would represent in a 21st century pandemic environment a minimal amount of local bandwidth capacity that we believe we'd want to set at a startup IX. Again, given the conditions, given the fact that for justification with government ministries, for justification with large operators, it only makes sense doing it if it is going to bring some kind of throughput relief. What would that threshold be? Stephen, Aaron, anyone else in the group, based on some of the debates you all have heard from incumbent operators or from some of the plans that you have had within government or within your companies around what kind of bandwidth you'd like to see moving locally?
Well, so I'll offer response to that. Our back of the napkin work so far has yielded numbers which nobody likes in the tens of thousands. So not really happy to start there. I think what Aaron has this presentation today and what Aaron has been suggesting, which goes to that Bevel as well as Robert's question is that we actually do have the dialogue and a place for, let's say that there's some living document or something that can be updated on a regular basis, in which we do suggest, well, this model, this combination of equipment, this kit, for this size, and get some community feedback on that. We have guys who actually doing this anyway, Etienne and Brent and so on, Elford. Different specs, different packages and so on, and toss it around in the community, have the dialogue in the community, and start to settle on what we as engineers in the region feel comfortable is solid, so that if we do speak to a service provider and so on, it can be backed by more than just anecdote or a spec sheet that I pulled off of a website. And it can be more like, well, this is what the CaribNOG community feels really confident. We have experience, we've tried a little bit of this, we can go forward with this model and so on. So I think we want to have that dialogue and write up the specs ourselves over the next few months. I don't know if
Aaron?
that's along the line of what we're thinking.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. I think once we answer the question of kind of where to document this stuff and where to have these conversations, we'll take outcomes from this kind of dialogue and actually then discuss pros and cons, right? So, I mean, I can stand up here and say, hey, look, a dual power supply, 4948E with 48 ports of 1 gig copper is, a pair of those on eBay will cost you about $120 a piece. Is your minimum. And someone could say, well, no, there's no, SOPs, there's no path to 10 gigs, sort of max lag capacity of 4 of those. But the thing is, what you're looking for is not the minimum to show value when you're having those conversations. You're looking for a minimum for high availability that we won't have to upgrade in a while. And I think that there's a balance in there somewhere. And the balance is really defined by whether you're doing a proof of concept or you're putting in your minimum infrastructure to be there for the next few years. There's never anything wrong with saying, hey, we're going to outgrow this because it's so successful, right? But there is something wrong with saying we're taking, proof of concept used gear, we're going to use it for production growth and expect to sustain us for a long time. So on the proof of concept side, you can pick up some really inexpensive gear. As your starter kit, that's really up for debate about, how long that you think this infrastructure should last before you're so wildly successful that you're going to pay for a capital forklift upgrade. But don't ever start with the ultimate max capacity if everybody comes to join here and is wildly successful. That's a lot of capital expenditure for unproven benefit. So there's a balance.
Agreed. Definitely agreed. I know, for example, and I hope Jerry, Etienne, Elford, Jai, that you can perhaps give a bit of insight into how that debate has been going on, and if you think there are specific things that the CaribNOG community can do, particularly from a research, a documentation, a pricing proposal standpoint, to help with some of the circular discussions and debates that are taking place within the various territories. Because at the end of the day, I think we all want to see a more resilient, more robust local infrastructure, and we all definitely need to have the kind of capacity locally that is required to support the uptick in digital services. So, anything else that you can think of or that you'd like to put before the community, please, this would be a good time to share it.
I'll I'll just pipe in a little bit here, Neville. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you're totally right. I mean, it's always a balance. It's down to often how much money we have in the pot to be able to say upgrade a switch, or do we have a plan. But I think that the the idea is to have a plan for exactly that. Is to know, okay, at this point we can afford a second switch, we can afford a second router, we can afford a bigger UPS, and definitely the ethos around the way we built the business side of it was we took PCH's advice and we set up as a non-profit. So pretty much anything we raise gets spent back into the IX. There's nothing we bled off, and I think that's very important. Um, and often you get the case that once you start moving in, and even surprisingly, the incumbent providers sometimes when they have their decommissioning switches that be well too big for the IX, they'll say, "Hey, we're decommissioning this switch. We're writing it off. Do you want to put in the IX, or this is a backup?" You know, so don't be scared. I mean, I'm not shy. And anybody who knows me knows I'm not shy. I'll go beg and beg and beg. But yeah, I think there needs to be a balance, and more so a consensus in the group around hey, because at the end of the day, IXs are communities, you know, and first and foremost, and then we push out to see how we look at that at the wider entities.
I think there would also be some value in having the template, as Stephen was mentioning, where you can have, for example, say a proof of concept list of equipment, well, based on what Aaron is saying, I don't really want to say minimum, but maybe an entry level that might spec the equipment that which can then handle a particular level of traffic, and then an operational where you have a significant amount of traffic. Because, for example, a smaller island would not need to carry the same amount of traffic as a larger, well, an island with a lot more local traffic. So maybe having that template that shows different levels, so persons who are looking to go in can have a rough idea. Okay, this is what I need for proof of concept. This is the kind of cost I'm looking at. 500 US, get the equipment, show the proof of concept, and then once it's accepted, we can then say, okay, let's now budget for whether we're looking at, okay, a three-year startup operational system that we will then need to upgrade at that point. What I have seen sometimes is that unfortunately, when you get larger decision makers involved, like the governments, they tend to look at the real high end. And so just trying to get really high end equipment or higher end equipment delays the entire process, as opposed to let's get started, let's get there quickly, and then we just build based on need.
I think that's actually a very, very important point in terms of models for the Caribbean going forward. We have said from day one, and you would have heard this in previous IX workshops, previous CaribNOG meetings, that IXPs are ultimately community-built and managed and organized facilities. And what has happened in a very interesting way around some of the issues of cost and where we're going to get funding from is that that line between the community-led and community-driven decision-making and the dependence on large and sometimes ponderous entities like the government to give funds has led to a deferral of decision-making that is not always in the best interest of a timely implementation of an IXP, and I'm trying to say that as kindly as possible. Um, but the point is this: if the community has identified the IXP as a priority, there will always be a pathway to a reasonable, affordable, and relatively timely decision-making process that gets something up and running and that creates a clear path to growth and a clear path to expansion. We've seen that work in Belize, we've seen that work in Grenada, and we know it can work in the other territories as well. But the community must take the responsibility of keeping the conversation moving forward. In the territories that have unfortunately fallen into an indecision cycle, it is because there hasn't been that push coming from within the community to keep the active discussion and keep the decision making on a clear timeline toward implementation and action. And I think those lessons, if we note them, they can really help with the territories that are now looking to either strengthen their exchange points or establish new exchange points to avoid some of those known quagmires, and to actually make sure that we can have a process toward action that is swift. Aaron, I see a knowing smile on your face, Aaron. You wanna jump in?
I'm just agreeing. I'm agreeing with you. I think that's great. I mean, the only thing I would add to that is that it really only takes networks to try starting an IXP, right? If you get three people that see some benefit in a room together to go, well, let's put up a switch and try it. Uh, you know, they're going to prove the model, and it's going to quickly get people to buy in a larger community sense, right?
But I think that's actually something that a number of the countries are coming to. A number of the groups in countries looking to establish exchange points are coming to. You don't have to wait until everybody is completely convinced and completely on board. Once you get that minimum threshold of interested parties with autonomous system numbers, you can get something going, and it can then speak much louder than meetings and PowerPoints and theorized versions of what would be the challenges and what would be the issues. And so, I mean, I would really encourage, and I know the CaribNOG position is to really encourage getting that initial implementation up and running, configured, BGP routes established, so that the conversations can then be around expansion, strengthening, um, proof of the concept of local applications running on a local bandwidth factory, that those become the new conversations as opposed to what can be easily a circular, how could we start, what would be the best way to do it, and how will we proceed. Keep in mind the discussion yesterday and what was said this morning about having an open peering agreement as uncomplicated as possible. Try to keep the lawyers at bay. Define using global best practice peering agreements that allow for the onboarding of interested peers, whether they are local content providers, whether they're commercial ISPs, whether they are out of country content delivery networks. You want to have the agreements that allow for growth, an opportunity for growth and expansion. But these are known issues, and these are things that we can continue to provide input and advice and support for in crafting peering agreements that can actually work.
Excellent. Thanks, Will. I actually want to there was a question earlier. I hope Shernon is here. There's a question earlier which I think relates to this, because as part of the getting it going is this idea of having the right kit and so on. So Shernon, you had mentioned this yesterday and again today. If you could just briefly talk about the ISOC program that that will donate equipment, because I think between the various programs at ARIN, with the community grant, with LACNIC, with ISOC, and so on, there may be enough here for some motivated CaribNOGers to get the first one or two going pretty quickly. So
Yes, especially during COVID-19, in order to help ISPs, internet service providers, we have been reaching out, or at least, put the message out there for IXPs, exchange points, to reach out to us, and we can assist them with equipment. We have a collaboration effort going on with Facebook. So we have some equipment, they donate also. but we coordinate the efforts. I have been in contact with some people on this group. I'm not going to mention particular names right now, but the thing is, for example, with Facebook, let me just mention it, BVI, because we have Alford here as well. Facebook has been very much interested in, let's say, the Eastern Caribbean islands to do something in those Eastern Caribbean islands. The challenge, and I did reach out, given that we're in this community, it doesn't matter. I did reach out to Jerry as well to ask him, for example, the status of the IXP in St. Lucia. It's not operational as yet, or I mean, like maybe they have a challenge or whatever. And that was the main reason that they couldn't, because they would like to, in this particular case, I'm referring to Facebook, they would like to do something, but the ISP must be operational. It should have like 3 ISPs connected. They should be sharing or exchanging traffic. And if that's not the case, that would not be a case to them, not interesting to them. From our end, in addition to what Facebook has been doing, we have a collaboration effort going on with them. We collaborate with them. From our end, I can mention, for example, Haiti. They did send us a list of equipment that they need as well. We had a chat with them, Michuki, myself, and with Max. We had a chat with them to go through the list and see what is needed, or maybe what they can change in other, let's say, equipment or whatever. And right now, we're just waiting for them to come back to us with what they need, because we already did the full work, went through the whole list. Michuki, who was here yesterday with us, gave some advice as well. And then based on that, we can proceed. If I look at the BVI, for example, I also had a chat with Alford. Facebook was very much interested in putting some cash in the Caribbean, but given the amount of traffic, it's so low that at a given moment in time, they said, okay, it's not that interesting to them. And we have been discussing, or they came with a proposal, maybe we can use a POP in Puerto Rico and then to hook up, let's say, the BVI on that. So there are a few options out there, but if we have an IXP in the Caribbean who needs, let's say, a given, let's say, equipment, let them reach out to me, and I'll be happy to see how we can channelize that. If it is not only through us, we have a collaboration with Facebook and others that are willing to donate equipment. But as I said, we have some switches there that we got, and we can donate them as well. So just reach out to me. And Brent McIntosh is not on this call today, but he has been doing a great job in the Caribbean, helping Suriname, and also I think the BVI with respect to their needs. And then based on that, we can reach agreement what can be done. So again, just reach out to me. I mean, you guys have my email address. Reach out to me, and we see how we can make it happen.
Great. Thanks, Shannon. So I think we have we have some stuff that we can work through the details once we're having the conversation. So the important thing is to have the conversation. All right. I believe we are heading to our time to wrap up. Aaron, you wanted to make a comment before?
Yeah, there's some questions in the chat in the QA. Stephen, you might want to deal with those. They're very good questions. Aaron?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So Max Henry got a question. It said, more and more providers are deploying on-net CDNs. How do you think this might impact XP deployment or development? I think that it probably impacts IXP development in other regions, but in regions the size of the Caribbean, the content providers would probably prefer the CDNs are at IXPs for reasons like Shernan just mentioned, related to Facebook, for example, where they're going to get a higher volume of traffic and kill more with one stone at an IXP than they are with deploying an on-net solution. And if someone's got that much demand for on-net, then adding on-net on top of caches at IXPs is just as beneficial to the CDN providers. Hopefully that answers your question.
Right. Stephen?
Yeah. All right. Thanks. All right. Shannon has just given us his contact information. So thanks Shannon. Right. I believe we've covered some good content here and are setting the stage for not only for part two, looking at some of the network build out issues in December, but wider internet exchange and peering that we want to get to in 2021. Particularly like where we ended up with just talk through some of the practical matters of getting connected, getting equipment, getting community support. So I just want to echo what Bevel said about the community keeping the conversation going. It's something that we need to kind of solve really quickly or start really quickly, a continuous conversation on this. Aaron has told me that we need to have a place for any document, anything that's been documented and so on, which we basically talked through a little bit here. That has to be at some place and have a discussion next week and the week after that. So that's something that we'll work through. I'll start driving that specifically, so that we can have some reportage back to the community about, or this is the shape of it, this is how it looks, and this is what we will do, and then we'll follow through on that, because I think we do have the support in the community. All right. So just to close things off, I want to thank our partners and our sponsors. This was a really well supported virtual meeting. Thanks to Aaron and Latnik, PCH, ICANN, ISOC, and CTU. Want to thank our speakers, our presenters. Aaron, thank you for you did a great job in carrying this through for the entire session and giving us really deep insight. So thanks for your time and effort in there. To Albert and Shernon, Kevin, Mark, and Lisa, thanks for giving us the updates from around the community. Mark, in your deep dive. Our CaribNOG members who jumped on, Jerry and Etienne, Elford. It's great to have you guys speaking to the meeting. I know this is a conversation that we're having on WhatsApp as well, and we reach out to each other and so on. But I think the open public dialogue is helpful for us to track what's going on. So let's do more of this. And before any final sign off, Bevel, any last words for us?
Thanks, Stephen. I just wanted to announce to the CaribNOG community that the American Registry for Internet Numbers, ARIN, and CaribNOG have finally signed their Memorandum of Understanding. And I think that's it's a really significant point of formalizing a long-standing relationship. As Stephen pointed out at the opening, Mark Costas, Mark Ryanzak, the ARIN team were part of the very first CaribNOG meeting, and their support has been unwavering over the years. And now that I am the ARIN Caribbean Director for Caribbean Affairs, it's an interesting dual role to see this arrangement formalized. So on behalf of John Curran, the ARIN management team, staff, and of course the ARIN community, we really congratulate CaribNOG for the work that it has been doing, and we hope to see the terms and the agreements in the MOU, which have to do with maintaining an open and collaborative communication for the benefit of the Caribbean region, facilitating joint events, cross-promoting meetings, and sharing relevant knowledge, experience, and expertise. We hope that these simple points that have now been formalized will really blossom and grow in the future as we deepen the relationship between ARIN, the ARIN community, CaribNOG, and the Caribbean. So thanks and congrats again, Stephen. we look forward to building together with you.
Thanks, Bevel. Same here. And with that, we're signing off. It was been good to be together, and we will continue our conversation in our various fora. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Cheers. Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Bye.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Albert. Bye, Aaron. Bye, Lisa.
Bye, Bevel.
Bye, Mark.
This a reggae music. Root rock reggae. This a reggae music. Hey, Mr. Music, you sure sound good to me. I can't refuse it. What to be, got to be. Feel like dancing, dance 'cause we are free. Feel like dancing, come dance with me. Roots rock reggae, this a reggae music. Root rock reggae, yeah, this a reggae music. Play I some music, this a reggae music. Play I some music, this a reggae music. Play I on the R&B, oh, want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Play I on the R&B, want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Root rock reggae, this a reggae music, Root rock reggae, give it up for this a reggae music. Play I some music, this a reggae music. Play I some music, this a reggae music. This a reggae music. This a reggae music. Play I on the R&B. I want all my people to see. We're bubbling on the top 100, just like a mighty dread. Play I some music, reggae music. Play I some music, reggae music. This a reggae music. This a reggae music. Well, jam it. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. And the rules ain't about we can do it anyhow. I and I will see you through. 'Cause every day we pay the price to deliver sacrifice. Jamming till the jam is through. We're jamming. We're jamming. This ain't the jamming was a thing of the past. We're jamming. And I hope this jam is gonna last. No bullet to stop us now. We need to beg, no we won't bow. Neither can be bought nor sold. and then pull your window curtains. Oh, let your moon come shining in into our life again. Say, ooh, it's been a long, long time. I get this message for you, girl, but it seemed I was never on time. Still I wanna get through to you, girl, on time, on time. I want to give you some love, good, good loving. I want to give you some